All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you're new, thank you guys so much for joining me today. And thank you for waiting patiently as the intro does its thing. Sorry. I brought, I don't know if you could see it. Might be a little bit blocked. There's a box back there. Brought it in for boss as a distraction. This stream's just gonna get started right away. Me and boss fighting. That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be us battling. Just kidding. Go ahead, boss. But yeah, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. We are talking about the PS5 Pro because we have a seemingly very significant PS5 Pro leak, and it seems very believable because we're actually seeing like leaked internal like memos and stuff of like, you know, what the specifications are going to be. And I will tell you that if today's leak that we go over, if this turns out to be true, then the PS5 Pro is going to be an absolute monster. Like, Mark Cerny is not playing around if this leak turns out to be true, and it actually sounds amazing. I kind of hope it's true. Of course, there's always the pricing, and we're going to talk about that as well. But yeah, I have a couple of other topics that we will likely end up discussing on top of that. We should have enough time to do that. PS5 Pro, $800. That would be insane. Sony would have to be kind of out of their minds. But I do honestly, like, when looking at these specifications, and we're going to cover them, I'm just waiting for more people to file in. But based off of the specs that I'm seeing, like, I wouldn't be shocked if it was more than $600. I still think it would be a mistake on Sony's part if it was $600, more than $600. But yeah, dude, this console, it's weird because it's like Sony really is trying to they're trying to, I think, do something quite significant with the PS5 Pro, and I do think that a lot of the specifications we're going to go over that are included with the PS5 Pro, they seem to be kind of hinting at what the PlayStation 6 is going to be focused on, certainly. Saying even if the PlayStation 5 Pro costs $700 or even $800, considering its high-end specifications, it's still cheap when comparing it to overpriced PC parts. Yeah, I mean, I guess it'll really come down to what type of performance we're seeing, right? I'm already seeing people look over these specifications and basically saying, like, this is equivalent to, you know, so-and-so graphics card. And then you look at the price of those graphics cards, and it's like, well, if that's true, then damn, yeah, like, that's, if it does come in even at like $700, that would still be a pretty good deal. But it's dependent on the performance. But yeah, so I'm going to go over, well, what I'm actually going to do. I don't normally do this, but I don't want to read from an article. What I want to do is actually bring up the source and play the video for you. This comes from Moore's Law is Dead, and I'm sorry if there's like some freezing or hitching going on. I need you guys to do me a favor and let me know if that continues to happen, if it just keeps kind of freezing at certain intervals. But I'm going to bring up the video. It's not too long. He talks about it in depth, shows us some of the documentation, and so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get that set up now, actually. Give me just a moment to make this happen. I'll move myself over here. Of course, it's not going to show up. I really wish it didn't constantly do this. It always removes my tab that I have set up. Okay. Let me just make sure desktop audio is on. I'm going to turn that up. Okay, yeah, so we're not going to watch this whole video It's a 17-minute long video that Moore's Law is Dead uploaded. What we're going to do is just specifically watch the part where he talks about this. Give me one more second. All right, boss. We're not starting this early. We are not starting this early. I refuse. I refuse. I want to hear about this PS5 Pro. Don't you do this to me. All right. So, give me one second. I'll bring him back in. I'll bring him back in, but I need to be able to see this. Boss is always causing chaos, man. I try to keep him in here, but you know, he just doesn't make it easy. All right.
That before I put this on screen, I have shifted around pixels, changed coloring a little bit, and redacted a lot of the documents that will be on screen to protect my sources. So if a couple things look like a little bit of an odd resolution or a little bit of an odd color, yep, that's intentional to protect my sources so that I can keep making great videos for this channel. But anyways, let's get to the first document on screen now. And yeah, it shows Trinity is the codename for the PlayStation 5 Pro that has been leaked many times in the past before. And it says that the raw rendering performance is 45% faster than the base PS5, although ray tracing is described as being 2 to 4 times faster, which if it does pan out is nuts. And it cannot just be from using RDNA 3, as RDNA 3 enhancements that AMD has claimed have always been around 1.5 to 1.8x better than RDNA 2, and this is much higher than that, which on the surface, this means that the PlayStation 5 Pro could theoretically run some sections twice as fast as the PS5 if the bottleneck for performance in that scene was ray tracing. And frankly, I think this has massive implications for how much better RDNA 4 or at least RDNA 5 might be at ray tracing than RDNA 2 and 3. But anyways, in this same document, there's also confirmation of a powerful custom machine learning architecture capable of 300 TOPS of 8-bit computation that will be used for PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR for short. And if we go to the second page, we see mention of that 300 TOPS number again, which I do have to just say here as an aside. The fact that even console companies are bragging about how they're using TOPS for their performance in games tells you that those stats that I recently leaked that are underwhelming for Arrow Lake in terms of TOPS performance, they matter, even to gamers. I've seen some people in the comments recently saying TOPS don't matter, stop overhyping this for AMD. Even a console company is bragging about how they're going to use TOPS to enhance gaming. It matters. And the companies that are sleeping on AI performance are just sleeping on the future. But anyways, going back to this document here, it also confirms 67 teraflops, baby.
Holy shit.
I do have to be clear that this is 67 teraflops of FP16.
67.
The teraflops number that Xbox fanboys wouldn't shut up about was 12 teraflops of FP32. So cut this in half to get to 33.5 teraflops almost certainly. But even that is 2.8 times the teraflops of the Xbox Series X. And it's going to be very interesting to see if Sony markets that heavily for revenge. But moving on, I also find it interesting that right now they plan to apparently use PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution for 4K and eventually 8K. Now, eventually doesn't support it right away. What this tells you is that this technology, PSSR, is not something that Sony sees as something that will be one and done, like checkerboarding, and then they just let it go. This is something they're clearly going to iterate on, update, and they have future roadmaps for how they're going to improve it for the PlayStation 5 Pro, and then assumedly future other PlayStation products as well, making this something that may become a unique selling point for PlayStation gaming devices, just like Nvidia has been marketing DLSS and new versions of DLSS for multiple generations as well. Now, Also, if you look on this document here, it says it supports dynamic input resolutions, which is very exciting in my opinion, because that means Sony can patch a game with dynamic res, which many current gen console games use dynamic resolution, and then they can just enhance the output resolution as it goes up and down, meaning that if frame rates are going to drop, you can still adjust down the base resolution, but still upscale a better output resolution than what the base PS5 can do right now. And hey, no per game training is needed, unlike what DLSS used to require, but it will eat up a bit of Sony's VRAM budget. So that's going to be interesting to see how devs account for a little bit of that 16 gigabytes needing to be used for this. But anyways, if we get to the third document, Sony directly says that PSSR looks better than FSR2 or 3 in image quality, really. And unfortunately, you do need to remember, though, that I have manipulated this picture a lot to protect my sources. So if you want to pixel peep on this one, there's probably a couple things you can learn, but know that this isn't really a good image to use for comparing them. And I'm just going to do that because if I show you the raw picture, I'm just worried
better than FSR2
that would give away my sources. And frankly, could be biased, and I'm not sure that it was full native res anyways in the picture that I was sent. So I don't even think it's really worth pixel peeping on this one, but it is worth showing that Sony is directly comparing the PSSR to FSR2, and from what I could tell in the picture I did have, though, before I manipulated it, it did pretty obviously look better than FSR2 in that circumstance. But again, this is a
seems like this PSSR technology is something that Sony's going to make a pretty damn big deal about.
Sony is telling its partners right now that they have something that is better than FSR2, although I can't personally say, having looked at it, that I can be sure it will be better than DLSS 3.5 just yet. And so there you go. All right, a few things I need to touch on as I wrap up this video. And the first thing is, if you do the math on 67 teraflops of FP16, that directly suggests that the PlayStation 5 Pro should have at least 56 compute units, and that they should be clocked at least at 2.2 gigahertz, which is...
See, I just want to say this because, look, at least on Twitter, I posted these specifications out on Twitter, and so many people are like, that's nonsense. There's no way this could be real. There's no way this could be true. And as Moore's Law is stating here, he's saying if you do the math, it's about 56 compute units clocked at about 2.2 gigahertz. That lines up with everything we've been hearing about the PS5 Pro, about 56 CUs. And, the clock speed, I guess, will be about... I'm assuming it'll be about the same as what we see in the base PS5. But the CPU will basically be the same. But that's what's so funny is people, they see 33 teraflops and they're like, that's impossible. It's like, it's really not. Like, it's really not impossible at all. It sounds ridiculous, but it's not. Anyway.
It's just a massive teraflop increase. Remember, in FP32 terms, going from 10.3 or whatever it was for the base PS5 in teraflops to now 33.5, Sony is over tripling the teraflops performance of this console, and yet how can they claim that it's only a 45% increase in raw rendering performance? Well, the number one thing you have to remember, of course, is teraflops does not equal exact performance increase.
Oops. I went to go play the Mark Cerny thing.
One thing you have to remember, of course, is teraflops does not equal exact performance increase. And the PlayStation 5 Pro, to this day, as far as I'm hearing, still just has 16 gigabytes of GDDR6 like the PlayStation 5 base. Now, it should be faster GDDR6, but it could be only around 30% more bandwidth total, which bandwidth really is half of the equation in terms of just raw performance here. And so that's kind of holding it back there. But I don't think Sony cares that much, because I think all they really wanted was about 45% more raw performance to top off frame rates. And then if you actually want to maximize visual fidelity, you're going to just need to use the special features in a patch, right? Think about it. 45% more raw performance, which mostly just comes from more compute units and them being clocked faster. Really, if you think about that, that's enough to take any game that's running at 45 frames per second and get it to 60 locked. Or a game that's running above 80 frames per second, like so many VRR games are out there right now on the PlayStation 5, and now run it at about 120 frames per second locked. So this is all the raw performance increase Sony needed to have all of those uncapped and unstable frame rate games get to where they need to be to just be a locked higher frame rate. After that, I just think Sony's going to say to devs, hey, we thought that's all people wanted, lock 60 or locked 120. And then after that, they're just going to notice more ray tracing and better upscaling, more so than just trying to brute force your way there with more expensive silicon. You know, we have a ton of teraflops. We have a bespoke upscaling AI technology. I mean, great ray tracing capabilities. Either you patch the game or you don't. If you don't, you only really need 30 to 50% more performance, which this has. And if you do, it's far more efficient for us to give you these custom tool sets than it would be for us to just try to go to 128 compute units at 3 gigahertz or something.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's basically all I have to say about the PlayStation 5 Pro.
So really, really, really interesting stuff here. It is actually kind of mind-blowing the amount of people that I'm seeing running around the internet, like basically completely discrediting this, saying that this is not true, this is false, this doesn't make any sense, or this isn't adding up, or I guess some people just don't like Moore's Law is dead for whatever reason. But literally every single thing that we are seeing here, this is the PS5 Pro. This is very clearly going to be the PS5 Pro. We've gotten many other rumors and leaked specs, and they've all kind of been hovering in a similar place. And we did hear recently as well that the presentation, I guess you could call it. I don't know why it keeps freezing. I think I have to close some of my tabs. The presentation of the PS5 Pro has officially been given to all third-party developers, big third-party developers, small third-party developers. Hold on. Let me fix this. And yeah, PS5 Pro sounds like it's going to be a monster, dude. 33.5 teraflop monster. Not that the T-flops matter that much, but I mean, hell, it's hard not to notice, like from going from 10 teraflops to 33. But in terms of like, what's that going to do for me? What's that going to do for me, right? Well, as we just saw, if these specifications turn out to be true, essentially what it is going to do is it's going to clean up all the frame rates. It's going to make it so that all games that are trying to hit 60 FPS are not going to fall short. I mean, if you think about it, I think about like Final Fantasy 16, right? Like Final Fantasy 16's performance mode was rough, dude. Like really rough. I mean, it was rough to the point where a lot of people were like, it feels like this is hardly a performance mode. Like it's dropping in so many areas so frequently. You take a game like that, it sounds like the PS5 Pro is essentially going to be able to give you very, very good resolution, right? Thanks to the specific, what's it called? The PSSR. Hold on. Yeah, the PSSR, like, internal, I guess it's AI driven, like resolution upscaler. So you'll be able to get these higher resolutions while still hitting that 60 FPS with ease, essentially. The interesting thing to me is the fact that with this PSSR, or the name of it is the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. I got to get used to saying that. PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. We've been hearing for a long time that Sony's been working on their own internal upscaling technology to challenge things like FSR, to challenge things like DLSS. Apparently, that's what Mark Cerny's been working on, and it sounds like the PS5 Pro is going to be the first console that we see that really pushes this in a meaningful way. What I find interesting is that this is something that developers are going to be able to take advantage of. Now, not every developer is going to use it, but it will be a technology that is built into the PlayStation 5 Pro that any developer that's working with the PS5 Pro, they will be able to tap into it and utilize it and leverage for their game. Now, when Mark Cerny does eventually talk about the PS5 Pro, what I'm going to be really interested in hearing from him is how simple it will be or potentially not be, I'm assuming it will be simple for developers to tap into this technology, because the last thing we want to see is Sony investing time, resources, and money, and having Mark Cerny create this upscaling technology to just find out that it's like not easy to use. Developers don't care to use it. What this should ultimately allow developers to do is exactly what I just said, to be able to come out with their games in 2025, 2026, 2027, and say this game's going to be at 60 FPS and the resolution's going to look great. Like, it's not going to look blurry. It's going to look crisp. In fact, in some cases, it might look just as good as what we're seeing now in fidelity modes. That is the purpose of this technology. And it's like Moore's Law is dead said here. This makes more sense for Sony to do than to just put more components, bigger components into the box. That is ultimately what would make this expensive. That's what I think people need to understand. People are sitting here thinking that the PS5 Pro is going to be $700, $800, $900. No, it's not. It's going to be able to achieve these things at an affordable price point because of this PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. This is the answer. So, yeah, the ray tracing side of it as well, that's 2 to 4 times ray tracing. I imagine Sony Studios are going to go nuts with that. Jake Skew28 with a $5 super chat says, what will this PlayStation 6 specs be? Saying at work, have a fun stream. Well, thank you for that, man. Well, I mean, if we're looking at these specifications and we believe this, which I do believe these specs to be true, if this is what the PS5 Pro is going to be, I think it's safe to say that the PlayStation 6 is going to be like, I think it's going to make the PS5 Pro look, I don't want to say weak, but I mean, the PS5 Pro with these specs is supposedly launching at the end of this year. The PlayStation 6 supposedly is set to launch, I would assume, holiday 2028, if it's going to launch in 2028. I mean, by that time, you're probably looking at a machine that it's just, the biggest upgrade with the PlayStation 6. Of course, it'll be the GPU. Of course, it'll be improvements made to this spectral upscaling, proprietary PlayStation technology. But you're really looking at the CPU, because that's the big thing here with the PS5 Pro. Another reason why the PS5 Pro is going to be affordable and not a ridiculous price point. And, people I've seen people reacting to this. They're like, oh, this just sounds like it's basically a PlayStation 6. Like, no, it's not. It has the same CPU, has the same amount of RAM. Like, it's going to be doing many of the same things that the base PS5 does. But the main goal of the Pro is to not come off as a next-gen leap, because that's not what it's going to be. The main goal of the Pro is, what are some of the biggest complaints that people have right now? I mean, look at a game like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. One of the biggest complaints is, hey, it's nice to have a 60 FPS performance mode, but man, why does it look so blurry? Why does it look not great at all, right? And it's like, well, a Pro will fix that. More 120 FPS games, stuff like that. You're not going to see like, well, that's what makes it kind of tough, is I don't really know what would even be considered a true next-gen leap. If I try to speculate what that could be, I mean, maybe we'll see that in the form of AI and stuff, but I mean, you have to question, like, how much more photorealistic can graphics get? I'm assuming they can get better. So when it comes to what the PlayStation 6 specs could be, honestly, it's impossible for me to work that out. But I do think that what we're seeing here with the PS5 Pro, these leaked specs, I'm telling you, this is like, we are getting a small glimpse into what Sony's going to focus on with the PlayStation 6. They're already incorporating some AI technology, right? Some machine learning technology into the PS5 Pro. This is just the beginning. They're obviously going to ramp that up tenfold for something like the PlayStation 6. So I guess you could almost look at the PS5 Pro as just a little taste, so to speak, of what the PlayStation 6 could end up being, or what it could end up focusing on. But to me, I'm very, very interested in this upscaling technology. The fact that Sony's saying that this is going to be better than FSR2, right? That this is going to compete with potentially DLSS 3.5. I mean, we'll have to see if that's true or not. But if you see what these technologies are doing for games, it's actually incredible. It's saving these developers so much overhead that these games can easily easily run at 60 frames or more and look incredible doing so. Like, there's very minimal compromise. Piper, you're saying here with the $10 super chat, but is Sony really focusing on the right thing when their studios are in trouble and they're having financial problems? Is that what we want to do, buy another system? Well, here's the thing that we have to understand, because I've seen people, and I'm not talking to you, Piper, because you're not being rude at all. You're not being snarky at all. Like, you're just asking a fair question. And I think it's totally fair to ask, like, should Sony be focusing on this? Is this a waste of time, money, and resources? Is this what they should be asking their studios to focus on? I think something that we should probably understand is that what is happening internally at Sony with the PS5 Pro is completely separate from studio management, right? Like, what Mark Cerny and the hardware development team is doing right now and what they have been doing for, I'm assuming, the past 4 years, they're not engaged with Herman Holst and studio management. It's just a totally separate thing. What is happening now is Sony is essentially just, well, to be honest, the first-party developers have had access to the PS5 Pro dev kits for a long time. Sony's saying, hey, we have a Pro console. You guys can do more. And what we would like you to do with your game is pump it up. And these studios are going to have no problem doing that. They're going to want to do that. They're going to have more horsepower to work with. So I'll talk more about it in just a moment. I want to give a shout out to Silent Spartan. Silent Spartan gets us kicked off here with some membership gifts. He drops a 5-bomb for you guys. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for Silent Spartan. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for showing consistent support when it comes to dropping these membership gifts, dude. Love to see it. Yeah, if we hit 25 members today, you guys know the deal. If we hit 25, I'll bring Boss in and give him some snacks. I know he would definitely be excited for that. So, Silent Spartan, thank you for that, buddy. Are my sound bites playing? Silent Spartan says, anytime, bro. Yeah, good stuff, dude. Thank you. Piper, but, just to make sure I answer your question fully here, when it comes to the financial problems, the thing about the PS5 Pro is this is something that could greatly help Sony right now, truthfully. I know that there's a lot of people that they have a misconception with a machine like the PS5 Pro where they're like, well, we've hardly even seen the PS5 fully taken advantage of yet. And people need to realize, like, that's not going to change. Sony is not coming out and telling you need a PS5 Pro. They're not doing that. They're not going to do that. They're going to say, we have a PS5 Pro. They're going to try to make it look very appealing, and they're going to try to make it appeal to people who are interested in it. But the people who are not interested in a PS5 Pro, that are like, this feels unnecessary. It feels like it's just not needed. They don't have to worry. Like, if you bought a launch model PS5, you are going to get phenomenal looking and playing games for the rest of the generation. You're going to get games that are going to, honestly blow some of these earlier games out of the water. You're going to get that. Just like, because think about it. Look at the PS4. When The Last of Us Part 2 came out on the PS4 and the PS4 Pro, like, it still looked amazing. Like, incredibly mind-blowing on the PS4. Just slightly lower resolution. We're going to see similar situations. We have Silent Spartan coming in. He's not playing around today. Silent Spartan wants to do some heavy lifting for the community. He drops a 20 bomb on you guys. Silent Spartan just single-handedly took out the first goal today and has ensured that Boss will get his snacks before this stream ends. W's flowing in the chat for Silent. Is this not working? Why is my soundboard not working? Guys, I need some feedback really quick. I tried to play. Let me play it one more time. It's not working. Why isn't it working? Uh-oh. I'm very confused. Well, I have to apologize, guys. I'll have to mess with this after the fact. I have no idea why my soundboard isn't working. But either way, Silent Spartan, holy shit, thank you for that. You're saying gotta run, but I look forward to catching the rest later. Well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, try to come back and watch the rest of the stream because I'm sure we're going to be covering some other topics as well. Thank you for crushing our goal today single-handedly, man. That's it's good shit right there. So let me update that goal. We'll continue our conversation. This is the first time, though, I have to say that this is the first time that my soundboard has seemingly crapped out on me. I don't know why. All right. So there we go. Already at 25. Love to see it, man. You're saying the PS5 Pro has a 45% increase in rendering power. It's not some massive monster. We need to tone it down a bit. Well, I don't know, man. To me, it sounds like it's going to be awesome, dude. Like, to me, the PS5 Pro does sound like a monster. It sounds like a console that's going to come out for, I assume, maybe $600. It's going to come out and it's going to be like, hey, you want to play games at what is essentially going to look like a native 4K resolution with, you know, I'm assuming high settings at 60 FPS. You'll be able to do that. Oh, by the way, if you still want to play in fidelity mode, if that's something you want to do, we're going to offer you 2 to 4 times the ray tracing as well. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I understand like that there are PCs and components out there that will still be better than the Pro. I understand that, but again, it's all keeping it in the space of a console and what a console can deliver. And I think about, again, something like GTA 6. I mean, I'm going to be thankful for the Pro when GTA 6 comes out, you know? We have actually Get Some Trismegistus coming in, keeping the membership train rolling today, dropping another 5-bomb on us, guys. Let's get some W's flowing in the chat for our good friend Exley. He's always coming in, always dropping some gifts for you guys, always showing incredible support. He just brought us up to 30 members on the day. Really appreciate that, Exley.
Say hello to democracy!
Well, that one worked. Why did that one work, but nothing else is working? Really weird. I don't know what's up with that, but also, why does my shit keep freezing? Here, let me close out some tabs. I think I have too many tabs open. I'll see if that fixes it. Actually, thank you for that. And Piper, just to get back to what you're saying, I mean, look, I think it's important to just keep in mind that what Sony is choosing to do with the PS5 Pro is not interfering with game development internally at PlayStation Studios. The problems that PlayStation Studios have been experiencing with the finances and the live service and maybe some mismanagement, yeah, that has nothing to do with Sony's decision to make a PS5 Pro. That's the last thing that would cause something like that. You know, one thing that we can be sure of with Mark Cerny creating the hardware for PlayStation is Mark Cerny is very aware of the development side of it. And just like with the PS5, Mark Cerny's goal with the PS5 was to make it the easiest console to develop for. A very powerful, a very capable console, but one that's super, super easy for devs to develop for. And when making or developing the PS5 Pro, absolutely he's going to keep that in mind. And I do think that PlayStation's internal studios will probably be happy to take advantage of some of these features. I mean, developers get excited about this stuff too. You know, if you're a Sucker Punch right now, and maybe like 6 or 7 months ago you got access to the PlayStation 5 Pro dev kits, you're probably thinking, "Damn, how much better can we make our game look now?" When we go to reveal it for the first time. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. And when it comes to the consumer side, like, you know, should we be worried about buying another system? That's up to each person to decide, right? Like, I keep trying to tell people, and I will continue to tell people, that you're not going to miss out if you don't buy a PS5 Pro. You're not. Like, if you want the best of the best in terms of PlayStation console hardware, you will miss out. But if that's not a priority to you and you don't care about that, you're not going to miss out on anything. Death Stranding 2 is still going to be phenomenal on a base model PS5. The next Naughty Dog game is still going to be phenomenal on a base model PS5. It's very much optional, yeah. We have Lone Wolf Gamer, member for 10 months, says, all this is just internet leaks and rumors till we see it confirmed. Can't wait for confirmation because it would be great if all this is true. Yeah, I know. I'm speaking about it as if it is true. I very much believe it, like 100%, because, I mean, again, we've had so many different rumors and leaks for the PS5 Pro that this is so far the most detailed. It is the most detailed, and it lines up perfectly. Like, that's why I believe it. There's nothing here that's outlandish at all. I think people are maybe a little bit too focused on the 33 teraflop or the 67 teraflop. Like, guys, the T-flops really don't matter that much. I mean, Microsoft really kind of fucked everything up when they came out and they were like 12 T-flops, 6 T-flops with the 1X. Like, they started using the teraflop as a marketing beat, and it fucked everything up because anybody who was like understanding of the technical side of it, they were trying to tell you, like, you can't use the teraflop to fully that will not paint a clear picture of what this console's actually going to do for games. It's just an on paper number that can mean really anything. And even Mark Cerny said, like, you can't go by the T-flop. I do think, though, that, of course, you hear the PS5's 10 T-flops, the PS5 Pro's 33 T-flops. Holy shit, like, that's it's more than double. Like, of course, it sounds insane. But when you actually break it down and you look at all the different specifications and you kind of, again, you get the full picture understanding, you realize that, okay, maybe we shouldn't focus on the 33 T-flops because, I think that maybe is a little misleading. I mean, sure, maybe you could say saying it sounds like a monster. Maybe that's a little misleading, but I don't know. It sounds like I'll put it to you this way. To me, the PS5 Pro sounds like it's going to do more with this mid-gen refresh than the PS4 Pro did, which I think is saying something. What? Sorry. So Lone Wolf Gamer, I will say, though, you are correct. This is still a rumor currently. This is a leak, technically. And we don't know if it's official or not. It seems very much like it is. Again, he's like presenting what seem to be documents that were like given to studios to like show devs, like, here's what we're doing with the PS5 Pro. It does look believable. So I believe it, but yes, we do have to wait for Sony to officially confirm it. I don't think we're going to hear anything about the PS5 Pro at GDC, although maybe Sony could change their mind if there continues to be more leaks, but I think Sony already anticipates that that's going to happen. MBG, it's not more. It's the exact same hardware with overclocks and AI upscaling tech on it. That's the same thing the PS4 Pro did with the checkerboard rendering. Well, I mean, with the PS4 Pro, to me, the only thing the PS4 Pro offered was higher resolutions. 4K. That's it. Like, that is all it did. It didn't improve frame rates as far as I'm aware. As far as or did it? I don't recall, like, games. Yeah, like games like The Last of Us Part 2, they weren't like hitting 60 FPS. Right? I mean, most games were not seeing significant improvements except for resolution, which was still nice because at the time, yes, going from 1080p to 4K or even an upscaled 4K is huge. It's huge. It's like, yeah, at the time, it's like, damn, I can finally take advantage of my 4K TV with my console. I guess this time around, what feels significant about it is we're seeing this proprietary upscaling technology, which can evolve. Like, that's what's different, is the resolution increase was just simply, for the PS4 Pro, was just simply thanks to the added horsepower of the GPU overhead. This time around, there's going to be more GPU overhead, and it almost seems like Sony's maybe kind of putting that there. Almost, I don't want to say it's like a fail-safe, but just as a, maybe like maybe it kind of is like an insurance thing where it's like, if the devs don't want to use our proprietary upscaling tech, then we will still have the actual like horsepower in the GPU to ensure that, you know, they can brute force their way to higher resolutions at more stable frame rates. That's kind of the feeling I get. But to me, that is what makes this more interesting, is there is some proprietary technology going into the PS5 Pro that will likely evolve over time. And you consider the increase in ray tracing, right? I mean, that's something I'm going to be interested in seeing, because I feel like this generation started really strong with hyping up ray tracing, and we've seen how awesome ray tracing can look when it's done right in some games. But it feels like since then, it's kind of fallen off a bit. And so, I don't know. To me, it feels like the PS5 Pro could end up delivering a bit more this time around, because if we do see improvements in frame rates alongside visual quality, that to me is more than the PS5 Pro did. The PS4 Pro, sorry. If that's what I end up seeing, then to me, that's awesome. I'm going to be curious to see what happens with GTA 6. Severin, I'll be honest, man. I think, I don't know, man. I think you're downplaying it a little bit. I'll be honest with you. I'm not saying you have to say it's a monster or agree with that, but you're making it sound like it's just a kind of just Sony's just going to shit this thing out and it's going to barely do anything. And I'm just like, I'm not getting that vibe. I'm not. I mean, if that's what ends up happening, that would suck, but I'm not getting that vibe at all. It really seems to me like Sony's trying to actually do some good shit with this console. And I mean, for me, it's a day one buy, dude. But Severin, aren't you? I think you're a PC guy anyway, right? So you're saying you were told the PS4 Pro was going to be a monster as well, but that didn't happen. You're being realistic. Well, to play devil's advocate here, it could go the other way. That would be very disappointing. I would be very deflated if it's like Sony's like, hey, we got this awesome console with this awesome technology, and developers are just like, we don't really care. We're not using that. You know, like we're like, and we barely see a difference. I would be let down. But I'm hoping, I don't know. I just can't help but take a more optimistic view where it's like, if Sony's really taking the time and effort to do another mid-gen refresh, and they know, because I said this too, like Sony's going to have to do more this time than the PS4 Pro, because the PS4 Pro was an easy sell. It was. Maybe that's why it was a little bit disappointing in your eyes, because the PS4 Pro, all they needed to do was 4K. You could play in 4K now, higher resolutions, and everybody was okay with that. There's the whole resolution wars last gen. This time around, I do think Sony's going to have to. They're going to have to show more. They're going to have to show people, like, hey, man, you know, we got more selling points this time. Laurent, you're saying MBG, you don't know how happy I am to see you guys. I had some bad news today. Well, I'm really sorry to hear that, Laurent. I hope the bad news isn't as like the worst news. I hope not, right? Sucks getting bad news, bro. But I'm glad you could at least be here with us. Hopefully the stream can, I don't know, help it a little bit, you know? Actually, you're saying this leak has more credibility because third-party devs have them now? That's what I'm thinking too. That was kind of my feeling on it, where it's like, you know, the timing of this makes a lot of sense. Oh, wow. Ron, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. You're saying, yes, as you know, I'm at the hospital. I need a new urgency open heart surgery. Well, Laurent, I'll be praying for you, man. And so will this community. I'm so sorry to hear that. But, you know, we'll try to think optimistically here, right? Hopefully it'll go well. I'm sure it will go well. And hopefully we'll be back here streaming. So I wish you all the best, Laurent. Sincerely. Let me see. Severin. Oh, hold on. Perfect Image, you're saying the specs don't make sense. 2.2 graphics. It has 3. What? On Perfect Image. Hold on, man. What? Perfect Image. You know how it is sometimes, man. I struggle. I struggle to understand what you're trying to say. You're saying the specs don't make sense. 2.2 graphics. It has 3. Is anybody picking up what Perfect Image is putting down here? Maybe help explain what he means, or Perfect Image. Maybe you can explain it in the chat. Severin, you're saying 8-core Zen 4 CPU, 30 WGP 60, RDNA 3, RDNA 3.5 APU with 96 ROPS, TSMC 454 nanometer process, CPU clocks at 3.6 gigahertz, GPU clocks at 2.7. These are the specs. These are the specs. Look at them. It's the same. No. Listen. Severin, I think what maybe, are you saying, hold on, are you saying that those specs are the same as the PS5? Because that's definitely not true. You guys are confused. I feel like you guys are starting to gaslight me here with these specifications. Half of the PS5 Pro is going to be the same as the base model, and the other half is going to be new stuff. Well, really, realistically, it seems like the only major change in hardware is going to be the GPU. Hardware-wise. Because look at it. PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution. That's a technology. That's not hardware that's going into the PS5 Pro. 2 to 4 times ray tracing increase. That's going to be due to the GPU. The GPU is the thing that's getting beefed up here. Well, I guess no, that's due to the that's because of the RDNA. RDNA 3, 3.5. The CPU going from Zen 2 to Zen 4. Hold on, I thought no, I didn't read anything about that. Based on my understanding, the CPU is staying the same. If the CPU was upgraded, I think that would cause a lot of problems, development-wise. Unless I'm getting confused. Hold on. Let me go back to the leak and check. Machine learning technology with RDNA 4 and PSSR upscaling. They're going to increase the memory bus and CPU clock. GPU is going to have RDNA 4 features. Okay. So it sounds like there will be some improvements to the CPU, but not like, it doesn't sound like it's going to be like what you would consider, I don't know, like a next gen leap for a CPU. Because isn't that the whole thing? Isn't that the reason why like people are kind of saying, "Oh, I don't think you're going to be able to really do like not all games are just suddenly going to be able to be 60 FPS. Some games still won't be able to do it." And that's due to the CPU limitation. Yeah, exactly. I think actually has it right. Actually saying the CPU is still Zen 2 with a higher clock. That's my understanding as well. Now, like, I don't think it's gonna be like Zen 4, a full-blown like CPU upgrade. You know, like that. I don't think that's happening until the PlayStation 6. Because if they did a full-blown CPU upgrade for the PS5 Pro, it would be like a new console. It would be like, at that point, Sony would be asking developers to create games for 2 different consoles because the specs are just too different now, like from the base up. My understanding of the way the PS5 and the PS5 Pro are going to work together in terms of the development environment, my understanding is devs are going to target the base model PS5. They're going to squeeze out everything they can for the base model PS5, and then they're going to move over to the PS5 Pro and they're going to squeeze out everything they can there, or use some of Sony's technology to be able to see. And this is where my first like major question arises, right? Knowing that Sony's going to be offering a upscaling technology with PSSR, and apparently this is going to match FSR2. This is going to match. Here's the question. Is this technology going to be exclusive to the PS5 Pro? Because that's the thing, man. Like, who's to say that this upscaling technology, who's to say that it won't also be available for the base model PS5? Like, I feel like I haven't heard anybody talk about this. It sounds to me like this could be. You're saying, why does that matter? Well, that would be a huge deal, because what that would mean is that if this technology could be used on the base model PS5, the upscaling technology, then we are going to see developers be able to come out and, well, let's think of it like this. You look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. We look at it right now. If you play Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on the base PS5 with the performance mode enabled, you are getting 60 FPS. There are frame drops at times, and it looks pretty blurry. Like, it's not ideal. It's serviceable, but it's far from ideal. If this technology, the upscaling technology, was available for Square Enix to use during the development of Rebirth for the base model PS5, conceivably what we could see is a 60 FPS with a resolution that we perceive as native 4K. There would be no blurriness. It would just it would look like a native 4K image. Internally, it wouldn't be running at a native 4K, but that's the beauty of the upscaling tech at work, is it very much looks just like a native 4K image. You really can't tell a difference. And that's the difference. And so if that's the case, then you then have to ask, well, then what would FF7 Rebirth look like on the PS5 Pro? That's where you start to see, I think, the 2 to 4 times increase in ray tracing, right? That's where I think, oh, you'll get that native 4K looking image thanks to the upscaling technology, and we'll be able to easily run it at 60 FPS because of the overhead, and there's actually still going to be overhead left. Now we're going to actually be able to throw some solid ray tracing in there as well. Could be wrong. I could be wrong, but this is where, I think about what FSR, what DLSS, I think about what these technologies do for games. Essentially, what this technology does for games is it makes it so that you don't have to spend resources on resolution. You could save those resources to spend it on frame rate, spend it on things like ray tracing. That's what these technologies allow for. And now Sony's going to bring out their own technology. So it would be a pretty big deal, I think, if it's made available for the PS5. We have Alex Mercer, the prototype, saying, let me hear it, MBG. You want a Pro 2, LOL. I know you want a Pro 2. I do. Absolutely, yeah. To be honest, as we get closer, and we're getting these leaks coming out, and I know, shit, yeah, this is happening, man. This is happening this year. It makes me excited. B. Flesher says, MBG, it will be exclusive because the AI hardware is exclusive to the Pro. Like DLSS, it has to be built into the hardware, unlike FSR. That's interesting. I didn't realize that, if that's true. Well, that's weird, though, isn't it? Because if Sony is saying, our upscaling technology is better than FSR, why would they compare it to FSR if the difference between FSR and Sony's upscaling technology is theirs has to be built into the hardware or baked into it? It's like DLSS has to be built into the hardware and AI cores. Severin, you're saying you think the console should be able to use upgradable components as well? I mean, I guess it'd be a PC at that point. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Azark. You're saying if it's similar to FSR, it should be software-based. Maybe, well, yeah, maybe this is the... I feel like Moore's Law is Dead didn't really... He didn't really touch on that. Maybe that's not made clear in the leak. Heatwave, you're saying MBG, I have 600 in the UK for this Pro. I'm sold day one, even though I'm buying the Slim. You know, my true fear at this point with the Pro is it going to be tough to come by? I don't want to see scalpers pulling some bullshit here. Piper, you're saying, I understand. My concern is if it doesn't sell, how badly is that going to hurt Sony? Well, here's what I'll tell you, Piper. And that's a totally fair concern, right? Like, if it doesn't sell, will it hurt Sony? I think the Pro, no matter what, is going to be sold at a profit. I do. Like, I don't think Sony's going to sell the PS5 Pro at a loss. It might be a razor-thin profit margin, but I don't think that they would risk that. It kind of reminds me of the PlayStation VR 2. Like, even if we say the PSVR 2 is a failure because it's not really selling, I can assure you Sony is making a profit, even if it's just a razor-thin profit, but they are not selling that thing at a loss because, I mean, that they were prepared for that, right? Like, that was their way of ensuring that, look, even if this thing doesn't appeal to the mass market and it doesn't sell a massive amount, we need to at least ensure that we won't lose money on them, you know, and that every unit that's sold, we either break even or we make a razor thin profit. I think Sony might take that same approach with the PS5 Pro, but we will see. Am I going to buy a PS5 Pro regardless of the price? Yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. If the PS5 Pro is like $800, which it won't be, but, you know, if it's like Sony's like, yeah, $800, buddy, I'm going to take a step back and be like, hold on now. I need to know why this thing is $800. That's all. And Laurent not only dropped a super chat, but Laurent dropped a gift. Bro, you don't have to do that, Laurent. We appreciate it, man. That's very kind of you. I think Laurent serves as a shining beacon of just showing that, you know, even when you're in a bad situation, you know, he's out here still giving to this community, which I'm very humbled by, Laurent. Thank you for that, man. So Laurent dropped a gift for us, and he says here with a super chat, thank you all so much. So thankful for you all. It really means a lot to me. MBG, as always, thank you for this great community. Well, thank you, Laurent. And I want to thank the community as well, because, I mean, look, I know that I set up these streams and I'm here talking to you guys, but it takes two to tango, so to speak, right? So thank you guys for making all this possible. And Laurent, seriously, man, thank you. There's, you know, you do your thing, man. You enjoy the stream. We're here for you. I see Jakey Stee says he finally jumped into Helldivers and is loving it. I'm glad to hear that, man. Yeah, I've been falling off of Helldivers, to be honest. I'm starting to pick up the pace in Rebirth and playing it a lot more. And Laurent, thanks you guys as well. No problem, man. And we got Hellbound 1981, another legend making himself known. Coming in, dropping 5 more membership gifts for you guys. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. I think that might be the only soundbite I can use today. Yeah, I think that's the only soundbite. Dude, that's so weird. That's the Helldiver soundbite is the only one that's functioning today. So there you go, Hellbound. Thank you so much for dropping another 5 gifts. You just brought us up to 36 members. So guys, we are making our way to the 50 mark. You guys are absolutely killing it today. Thank you for all your support. You know we're fan funded here. I'm only able to do these streams as frequently as I do them, thanks to the support that you guys show. Hellbound in the chat with some thumbs up. Good stuff, guys. Good stuff. But yeah, when it comes to the upscaling technology of the PS5 Pro, I mean, that seems to be where I'm finding myself not confused, but I guess unsure. Like, is this PSSR technology, spectral? God, I keep forgetting the name of it. Excuse me. What? Spectral super resolution. PSSR spectral super resolution. The question to me is if this is going to be like a software level implementation or a hardware level. Because I actually wasn't aware of that. You guys are saying that DLSS is a hardware level implementation, whereas FSR is just purely software based. Yeah, I guess we're gonna find out. Or Nick, you're saying it's hardware level. Yeah, that tells me there's something I'm misreading here. Something I'm not. Hold on. See if I can. Just reading about the specs again. Okay, so and a powerful custom machine learning architecture supporting 300 TOPS of 8-bit computation, 67 T-flops of 16-bit floating point that will power the PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution upscaling anti-aliasing. Okay. That to me makes it sound like it is hardware based. That it is more like DLSS. It's saying like that will power it. So it's being powered by the hardware. But again, that makes it interesting to me that they would choose to compare it to FSR, knowing that FSR is apparently just purely software. I'm sure Mark Cerny will explain it in depth and let us know. That's my hope anyway. DLSS has bad latency though. Yeah. Well, so you're saying DLSS is NVIDIA and Sony use AMD for the PS5, so how's that going to work? Well, I guess it's this technology that Sony's doing. It's not actually coming from NVIDIA, but it's just going to function more. I mean, I get what you're saying. You would think that because Sony works so closely with AMD, but then again, maybe this is something that Sony, I don't know, maybe all I can assume is that if it works out that way, there's going to have to be a reason for it, right? Like here's why it's going to only be in the PS5 Pro. They'll have to explain that. Rashdam, you're saying that's wrong. DLSS does not have bad latency. I wouldn't know. Yeah, AMD is the one making custom components for consoles. Well, wait, hold on. Didn't AMD say recently, though, that like they are going to have some new kind of... No, I think... Yeah, hold on. I think I'm forgetting something here. I could have swore AMD recently came out and said that they're making they're working on a new type of tech. Sony PS5 Pro reportedly beats AMD to AI upscaling on its own GPU. See, okay, this was reported 2 hours ago from PC Games End. This shit's wild. See, I knew it was a little bit confusing. I was like, something here doesn't sound right to me. So they say here, while the AI hardware in AMD's latest RDNA 3 GPU is still sadly going to waste in PC games, Sony has reportedly engineered its own resolution upscaler that uses the AI hardware in the AMD GPU found in the PS5 Pro, apparently called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR. The results from Sony's custom upscaler also reportedly look better than those of AMD's FSR2 tech. While NVIDIA has had its own Tensor AI hardware in its gaming GPU since the first RTX 2000 series graphics cards were launched, AMD only introduced its equivalent Matrix AI cores with its current gen RDNA 4 architecture, as seen in the company's GPUs on our best graphics card guide. NVIDIA's use of the Tensor cores for both frame generation and upscaling has given it a very clear competitive edge over AMD when it comes to both frame rates and visual fidelity, and even now, AMD's FSR2 resolution upscaler doesn't use the company's AI hardware. The latest rumor comes from Moore's Law is Dead, who appears to be on a roll of tech leaks right now, but none of this is officially confirmed, so it needs to be taken with an appropriately sized pinch of salt. In the latest video, he claims to have received a leak about the GPU found in the forthcoming PS5 Pro, which has some interesting implications for AMD's PC gaming GPUs. For a start, the fact another company can apparently engineer a resolution upscaler that works on AMD's AR hardware shows the potential for these currently wasted units in AMD's PC GPUs. The leaked document describes Sony's PSSR tech as having inputs that are quite similar to DLSS or FSR, and importantly also says that there's no per-title training needed to get PSSR running games. Interesting. I feel like I kind of missed that. So, no per-title training needed. So that just makes it sound like it's automatic, right? If I'm reading that correctly. Moore's Law is Dead also shows a comparison screenshot showing PSSR versus FSR and temporal anti-aliasing upscaling, but the YouTuber claims that he had to do a fair bit of manipulation, on the image in order to protect his source, presumably to remove watermarks. Nevertheless, he states that the unedited picture did pretty obviously look better than FSR2 in that circumstance. This rumor holds some weight as well, as previous leaks have also pointed to Sony working on what would be considered a DLSS competitor. There are some other goodies in the leak too. Ray tracing. What does this leak mean for PC gamers? Firstly, it shows the potential for AMD's AI hardware to be used to create a decent upscaler. And secondly, it shows that we may well have some better ray tracing hardware on the way from AMD and its future graphic cards. Interesting. So it basically does seem like, if this leak is true, that Sony essentially did something with an AMD GPU that AMD themselves haven't even done. Maybe that's a choice, though. I mean, I don't know. What's up with that? Is that Mark Cerny at work there? Is that like the genius of Mark Cerny, where he somehow found a way to do this, and AMD's over there being like, "Are you kidding me? Like, are you guys serious right now?" Or is it an actual? Is it a conscientious choice that AMD is making, where they don't want to actually make a proper DLSS, like competitor? I don't know. This is very strange. The brilliance of Cerny strikes again. No, you think they want it? Dude, that's so weird to me. Like, imagine you're Sony, you go to AMD and it's like, hey, you're going to be our supplier for the GPU and the PS5's APU, you're going to be the supplier. And we're going to just make our own customizations over here and don't worry about it. And then they come to find out that, like, what? How'd you guys do that? Meanwhile, Mark Cerny is just standing there. Yeah. That's kind of what it sounds like. Rich Rod, 908, you're saying, yes, this is why PlayStation acquired iPlay, in-house AI. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's true. I didn't think of that. I actually completely forgot about that. Good call, Rich Rod. Yeah, Sony seems to be getting very serious about this upscaling tech, and this could be very wise of them, because, at a time when we're talking about, how are they going to do proper next-gen leaps? Well, they can't just focus on purely beefing up these consoles in terms of just put more silicon in there, like just brute force it. They have to be more thoughtful, more strategic with it, in that, well, we do have to make sure these consoles not only provide some kind of what would feel like a next gen feature, because I don't think the AI to be clear, I don't think the AI upscaling, I mean, it does sound like a next gen thing, but I don't think that will be like the selling point, at least in the PlayStation 6 and beyond, presumably. I think that that's just going to be a given. Like, yes, that's there, so we can focus our resources on other more meaningful things. Like, we don't have to worry about, you know, the GPU essentially, or you know, having to quadruple it just to make sure we can get native 4K, you know? I think they'll be able to spend that resource on more important things. I think we're already going to see that, but I think it's the early days. Because if you think about, like, okay, well, what is the next gen really going to offer? Like, what are things that somebody like Mark Cerny is going to focus on? Probably stuff like AI. I mean, actual like AI in games, you know, shit you can do in the world that previously just you couldn't do. I don't know. That's their job, man. That's not my job. If I could easily think of it, then I'd probably be working at Sony, coming up with these ideas, or working somewhere. 60 frames should be priority. I think it already kind of is to an extent, but we just need like a little bump, you know, to make it more stable. We have Steady Flow saying, oh, hold on, let me make sure I borrow these. Steady Flow says it's like DLSS 3 and full ray tracing is only exclusive to NVIDIA 4000 series. Well, that's what I find kind of interesting about this leak and what Sony's potentially doing here, where it almost sounds like they're kind of pulling from, you know, from what obviously they're working with AMD. They're like pulling from their hardware, and then they're making customizations to it that essentially are going, it seems like these customizations that Mark Cerny's making to the PS5 Pro hardware are going to seem more similar to something like DLSS, to what NVIDIA is doing. So in a way, I guess almost Sony's trying to, I don't know if I would say get the best of both worlds, but maybe that would be the best way to put it right now. Let me see something real quick. All right, sorry, I was just checking on something real quick. It'll lower VRAM usage and allow for more GPU headroom. Well, you know, let's move over to a more, I guess, tangible discussion here about the PS5 Pro. Like, realistically, what are we expecting based on these specifications? Assuming these specs turn out to be true, what are we expecting to see in future games? Games like, let's say, Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is going to be, I assume, a late 2025 game. So it'll probably be PS5 Pro enhanced. Games like Ghost of Tsushima 2, you know, an open world next gen or current gen game that's been in development for years. That'll be PS5 Pro enhanced. But what about games like GTA 6? What exactly can we expect here? Improved jiggle physics. There you go. Illegal Monkey, he called it. That's it. It begins and it ends with improved jiggle physics. Couldn't have said it better myself, Illegal Monkey. We need to see that PS5 Pro Stellar Blade patch. You expect GTA 6 to have a 1080p 120 FPS mode? Andreas Bone, you're saying not 4K 60, that's for sure. What makes you say that? How could 4K 60 not be the bare minimum expectation with the Pro? Laurent, you're saying I mostly hope that it will be 60 FPS at the minimum. Not sure about the output, 1440p, 4K, but I hope there's a bit of ray tracing. Well, here's my mindset on this. You right? You right? You guys right? You guys ready? Here's my mindset. When I look at, let's just say Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was running at an upscaled 4K at 60 FPS with just a little sprinkle, just a little one of ray tracing. That was confirmed. That is what we see in Spider-Man 2. If you're playing in the performance mode of Spider-Man 2, it's an upscaled 4K. I mean, the resolution at times can drop pretty low, but that's, it's still going at times, I think, at, beyond 1440p. Oh, wait, hold on. You know what? It's been a while. Let me double check. Spider-Man 2. Maybe it was actually 1440p. Okay, my bad. Wait, hold on. Yeah, it says with a variable render resolution of 1080p, 1440p, scaled to 1440p. Okay, all right, my bad. Yeah, that's my mistake. So let me correct that. Spider-Man 2 is 1440p, and it scales 1440p, 60 FPS with a pinch of ray tracing. There's no way that if we can get that now on the base PS5, there's no way we can't see that go up to native 4K. Or what will be perceived as a native 4K. Maybe an internal resolution of 1440p or even lower. I mean, that's what's crazy about some of this technology, man, is these internal resolutions can actually be running at like 1080p, but the upscaler, it just produces what seems to be a native 4K image. If we can get that now on the base PS5, then I'm assuming, at least for some of these games, man, we are going to get 4K 60 FPS with decent ray tracing, at least some ray tracing, not just a little sprinkle, but decent ray tracing. Now, when it comes to third parties, I'm not expecting that. I'm talking mainly about Sony's first party. Like, don't be surprised if when we see Ghost of Tsushima running on the PS5 Pro, they're like, yeah, we have a performance mode, and it's basically going to be 4K 60 with some ray tracing. Lowest ray tracing? Probably. I mean, yeah, I guess maybe it'll be like it'll certainly be a lower ray tracing, but I think there will be fidelity mode. I think the fidelity mode for Ghost of Tsushima on the PS5 Pro will be a locked, maybe not a locked native 4K, because it'll still use the upscaler, but it'll be native 4K, what we will perceive as native 4K, at 30 FPS, but with fucking batshit crazy ray tracing. Like, just off the charts ray tracing that we've ever seen on a console. 100, and yeah, I think we'll see that too. 120 FPS. I think all this stuff is plausible based off of these specifications. But when it comes to third party, I could see third parties maybe, it seems like they would have to put some extra work in to really. No, I don't think we're gonna get like full path tracing. No. Well, think of it like this. Look at Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart. If you look at Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart's fidelity mode, it has pretty impressive ray tracing. Now, just imagine that, but times 2, times 3, times 4. That's essentially what we'll see on fidelity modes for the PS5 Pro. I mean, that to me, that's a pretty simple question, right? Like, could the PS5 Pro run Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart in fidelity mode at 60 FPS? No, I know that they're using their own engines, and I understand it. That's why I'm saying I think with third party, it might not be as impressive. Like, I think with third party, the most we could probably hope for is you get a resolution bump in our performance mode. And that's about it. Like, just a slight resolution bump where, I don't know, like, if a developer puts out a game where their performance mode is 1080p 60 FPS on the Pro, this is a third party developer. On the Pro, you get a native 1440p at 60 FPS. I could see stuff like that. But when it comes to Sony's first party, I do think that we might see some crazy shit, honestly. I wouldn't be surprised. But I think about something like GTA 6 as well, where it's like GTA 6 is clearly going to push the limit of these consoles. I would love to know, like, GTA 6 seems like it's very clearly going to be a 30 FPS game on the base PS5. Based off of these specifications, I would just love to know, like, is it possible that they can leverage that? Is it possible that if Rockstar wanted with the PS5 Pro, I think it would require extra work on their end, but essentially they will take advantage of the PSSR upscaling tech. And what that will do is allow so much more, like, it'll leave so much headroom that they can actually get GTA 6 running at 60 FPS on the Pro. Is that a possibility? They save all that, all that resource that would have normally went to, well, we got to get this thing running at least 1440p. No, you don't. You have the PSSR upscaler. You don't have to worry about that. You don't think so? Sounds like a fire truck. Not sure if you guys can hear that or not. My window's open. They'd have to make too many cuts to the density to free up the CPU. They won't do it. Well, I guess that leads to the question, is it possible that GTA 6 is being developed with a 60 FPS performance mode for these consoles? Probably not. I feel like the answer to that's no. Right? Sony would have no problem paying Rockstar the money to have GTA 6 fully running on the PS5 Pro. Yeah, you're probably right. If Sony wanted to really incentivize them a little bit. GTA is a CPU-heavy game. Rich Rod, you're saying Concord PS5 Pro bundle. Yeah. Yeah. It feels so weird to say that because it feels like neither of these things actually exist yet. But yes, Rich Rod, that's absolutely what we could see by September or November of this year. Feels like Concord isn't even real because we haven't seen it. And I almost said the GTA 6. The PS5 Pro currently isn't real because it hasn't been announced. But we know both of these things are in fact real and they are in fact coming this year. So yes, somehow, some way, Rich Rod, before the end of this year, Concord PS5 Pro bundle. Saying what? Sony can't tell Rockstar how to make the game. No, it's not about telling them how to make the game. It's more like Sony could probably negotiate with them a little bit to say, like, listen, we have the PS5 Pro coming and we would like to know if you would like to cut a deal where we would really like you to take advantage of it. Really take advantage of what we put in the PS5 Pro. We would like to pay you to do that. How much would it cost to garner your interest in a PS5 Pro? But then again, like, let's not forget Red Dead Redemption 2. Red Dead Redemption 2 had a major advantage on the Xbox One X when it launched because the Xbox One X had a bigger GPU. It was more powerful than the Pro. And when Red Dead Redemption 2 came out, I remember, like, it was kind of a big deal. If you played Red Dead Redemption 2 on the One X, you were playing it at native 4K. The game was running at like native 4K. And on the Pro, it was not native 4K. I don't think it could run at native 4K at all. And so it makes me wonder if that's kind of what we're going to end up seeing, where there will be no native 4K version of GTA 6 on the PS5 or the Series X. They're both going to have, like, I guess, dynamic resolutions, and maybe what the Pro will allow is them to say, if you want native 4K for GTA 6, here you go. You're saying 60 FPS is a must. I mean, I don't know. I'm just trying to keep my expectations in check ultimately with a game like GTA 6, because I feel like GTA 6 is truly going to try to push the envelope, and because of that, you know. You're saying this lighting and these angles make me look old? I'm okay with that. I like looking older, or old, straight up old. I don't care. I don't feel young, so I don't mind looking old. The question is, how old does it make me look? GTA 6 will push systems, even PCs, to their limits. Yeah, I'm not anticipating to be able to play GTA 6 at 60 FPS on consoles at all. Just, I'm not even gonna, you know. You just wish I would stop holding my shoulders up, because we know he works out. Dude, it's so funny you say it, because I'm not doing that. Like right now, dude, I'm not holding my shoulders up. I'm totally slouched right now. See? That's me holding my shoulders up. Greetings, muscle-bound army. God, that feels so weird. I know you're messing with me. This is how I stream now. I just stream flex the whole time. Flex those traps. You know, it's funny. My traps aren't as big as they used to be. My traps would grow faster than any other muscle when I was in my early 20s. I wonder what I must have been doing some different exercises to cause that, because they don't really grow as much anymore. But anyway. Kevin, you're saying, sorry to be a pessimist, but I don't see the PS5 Pro sporting the T-flop numbers others claimed. I feel like the PS5 Pro being something like 14 or 16 teraflops. Well, see, Kevin, here's the thing. This is why I didn't want to put the teraflop number in the title or the thumbnail, because it's hard, again, not to like be like, guys, 33 fucking T-flops. Isn't that crazy? It's like, yeah, that's crazy, but what's it mean? And the thing is, when you break it down, it's clear that no, this console can definitely, the PS5 Pro can definitely hit 33 T-flops, but I think it's the implication of like, holy shit, what's that going to do for performance? Like, what's that going to do for games? And it's like, well, think about it. If the PS5 base model is 10 T-flops and we see what 10 T-flops does for games, it's understandable that when people hear, holy shit, it's going to be like 3 times as much, basically, you know, it's going to be 33 T-flops. That means games are going to do 3 times more. Like, no, that's not how that works. Like the higher T-flop count is not going to translate performance-wise the way that you think it is, you know? There will still be limitations for the PS5 Pro. And you're talking about 33 teraflops with, again, what is essentially still the same CPU inside the base PS5. There will be limitations. Oh, sorry. I popped my jaw there. You guys are telling me there's an interesting Bloomberg article. Helldivers 2 is a surprise hit for Sony in an oversaturated market. Hold on. TD Cohen analyst Doug Kreutz, I don't know how to say that, estimates that Helldivers 2 has sold more than 8 million copies. To date, neither Sony nor Arrowhead have revealed sales numbers. Helldivers 2 hit a peak of more than 450,000 concurrent players, while Suicide Squad's all-time high is less than 13,500. Holy shit. I didn't realize Suicide Squad bombed that fucking badly. Oh my god. 13,500 all-time peak on Steam. Wow. I'm sorry, like that. I did not expect to learn about that right now. That's really, 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 really bad for a game like that. At least it feels like it is. Jeez. Anyway, TD Cohen analyst Doug Kreutz estimates that Helldivers 2 has sold more than 8 million copies, and most remarkably, the numbers are growing every week. Holy shit. So the idea of Helldivers 2 selling 10 million is clearly there, man. Wow. I make it seem like I'm surprised, but I'm not surprised, dude. I'm not surprised that Helldivers is nearly at 8 million or over 8 million. I think it's going to end up being a 10 million seller in the end. Also, I don't understand what they mean. Like, is that an oversaturated market? So Silk Knight was right. Yeah, it seems like, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. So here's another question I have for you guys. Based off of these specifications, all right, let me bring it up once more here. Just to remind everybody. PS5 rendering 45% faster than the base. Sorry, PS5 Pro rendering 45% faster than the base PS5. 33.5 teraflops. PlayStation's spectral super resolution upscaling technology. I think it's an AI technology with the AI accelerator, 300 tops of 8-bit computation, 2 to 4 times ray tracing increase from the base PS5, and custom architecture machine learning. Assuming this console will be $600, are you going to buy the PS5 Pro? Is a $600 PS5 Pro, based off of what we just read, a purchase for you? Yes or no? For me, that answer is yes. MBG devs make games based on the base model first and foremost. I'll stick with the base model. Yeah, but that's true. Yeah, like I said, you're not going to miss out if you do that. And there's nothing wrong with that. If you stick with the base model, you're good to go. But I think a lot of devs, listen, if Mark Cerny made it that easy, because I think that's really where the secret sauce, so to speak, is going to lie. Because think about it. When we were looking at the PS5 versus the Xbox Series X, there was like the big showdown of, well, the Series X is more powerful. It's got a bigger GPU. It's got more CUs. It's got 12 T-flops. PS5's weak. It's only got 10 T-flops. It's got 36 CUs. It's not going to be... And, you know, people who were understanding what Mark Cerny was explaining, they were like trying to tell people, like, no, trust us. Developers are going to like the PS5 better. Like, developers are going to like the PS5 a lot better. And that was absolutely true. And what we basically saw was the PS5 punching above its weight, if not punching above its weight, punching above the Xbox Series X, because Mark Cerny focused on the single most important thing that was going to matter to not just us, the consumer, like the people playing on the console, but the developers as well. Like, we kind of have this shared common denominator, which is we want games to be, we want these consoles to be as easy to develop for as possible and as easy to take advantage of. So that way we get games at a quicker rate with less problems in our hands. And the developers can make that happen at a quicker rate with less stress. And that's what he did. That's what he did with the PS5. And that's why, you know, I feel like when I think about the PS5 Pro, I mean, these specs are nice and all, right? But these specs, in my opinion, don't mean anything if the developers are going to struggle to really take advantage of them. If these technologies that Sony's putting out there, the PSSR super resolution or whatever, if that is a bitch to use, then, you know, that's going to be problematic. So my assumption is that all of this is about making it as easy as possible for devs to just say, you know what? Yeah, let's do this for the PS5 Pro. No problem. I think that was probably at the heart of the PS5 Pro when it started development. And so because of that, I'm not feeling too worried that if you buy, because that would suck too. You know, if you buy a PS5 Pro and it's like devs are hardly doing anything with this thing. You know, they're not taking advantage of it. That would suck. Any change with the DualSense? Are they going to change anything? Well, you know, there have been some kind of like rumors that there might be, I don't know, there might be like a increase in the battery capacity, and maybe they'll launch like the DualSense V2 or something. I don't know. Corey, you're saying Sony learned from the PS3 dev teams. I bet. Yeah. The PS5. They got learned. Yeah, the PS5 is like the antithesis of the PS3, which is funny to think about. The PS3 was so focused on being like the most powerful, behemoth, cutting-edge console that Sony seemingly completely overlooked the fact that, is this thing going to be, like, how difficult is this thing going to be to develop for? And Sony was like, we didn't really think about that part. Now, with Mark Cerny at the helm, he's finding a perfect balance of, you need to create something that feels meaningful, like a meaningful upgrade, you know, something hopefully cutting edge or as close to cutting edge as you can get. And it needs to also be super easy for devs to get their games on and to optimize for. And it has to be affordable. So it's a lot to consider. But Mark Cerny, I think, has proven with the PS4, with the PS4 Pro, and especially with the PS5, that he is the right man for the job here. You know, like, Mark Cerny is absolutely the person that should be leading the way for PlayStation hardware. And I think when we see the PS5 Pro revealed, I think that's going to be clear once again. Not to come off as such a Mark Cerny fanboy, but he does a great job, man. Like, he clearly is very smart and knows what he's doing. Corey, are you okay there, man? Corey, you look like you're having a situation in the chat right now. The PS3 was used by the U.S. military. Yeah, I feel like that's where, you know, Sony kind of did something wrong. There should be no reason for the U.S. military to buy tens of thousands of PlayStation 3s, not for people to play games on, but for compute power. Darktooth says, I just need more triple anus. I mean, you can't argue with that. Corey says, new keyboards are bothersome to get used to. Oh, yeah, dude, I feel you on that. It is very annoying when you get a new keyboard. You get so used to the feel of the one you've been using. I went through that recently. I don't buy expensive keyboards, though. I buy really cheap keyboards. That's probably why I go through them so quickly, though. But, yeah. All right, let's see. We have... PalWorld PS5 release seems likely as the developer is in talks with more platforms. A PalWorld release seems more likely after developer Pocket Pair told Bloomberg that it's in talks to bring the game to more platforms. The studio previously hinted that it has no intentions to keep PalWorld an Xbox console exclusive. The Pokemon-inspired surprise hit is currently in early access on both Steam and Xbox platforms. Speaking to Bloomberg, Pocket Pair founder and PalWorld creator Takuro Mizobi said that he's open to the potential of partnerships and acquisitions. However, he added that he wants Pocket Pair to maintain its small size and continue to make multiple small games. Big budget AAA games are not for us, he concluded. Despite his desire to strike up a partnership or explore potential acquisition offers, he says that Pocket Pair has not engaged in any kind of talks with Microsoft. The Xbox maker is presumably keeping a low profile following its high-profile acquisition of ABK. As for PalWorld on PS5, Sony indie boss Shuhei Yoshida previously acknowledged fans' requests for the game and brought them to PlayStation's partner development executive, or brought it to the attention of PlayStation's development executive. And I think he was basically the head of third party for PlayStation. So, yeah, it seems like PalWorld is going to be making its way to PlayStation. I mean, I don't really... I don't know if there's still hype. I'm assuming there's still some hype for it. Maybe they could treat it as like a second... Well, not a second launch, but like a proper launch if it's going to come out of early access. But when they say other platforms, I would assume that they definitely mean PS5. Echospiracy, member for 9 months, says Rise of the Ronin is to Ghost of Tsushima like Days Gone is to The Last of Us. Interesting. That's a good way to put it, Echospiracy. I didn't really think of it that way, but yeah, I remember there was a lot of people that they did kind of compare Days Gone to The Last of Us, and they were like, this is basically The Last of Us. Like, no, it's very, very different from The Last of Us. And that's the thing is, so people are like, oh, so it's worse than The Last of Us. It's like, no, it's just different. Like, they have some of the same themes of like post-apocalypse, infected, you know, but no, if you play The Last of Us and you play Days Gone, they are very different games with some similarities. And I think you're right. When I think about Ghost of Tsushima and everything I've seen of Rise of the Ronin, it does seem like it could play that exact same role where there are similarities, but it's also still a very different game. You think Days Gone is better than The Last of Us? That's interesting. I mean, I like Days Gone. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I wish we were getting a sequel, but it's okay. Although I do like if we're talking about The Last of Us 1, I like The Last of Us 1 better, though. So let me ask you guys this question. We might be getting into some controversial territory here. And maybe I'm a little bit hesitant, but I don't know. So have you guys seen well, first off, let me start by asking this. Have you guys noticed that there are more and more Insomniac leaks occurring still? Like, there's still more stuff coming out. We saw the multiplayer game trailer, the like internal trailers leak. Something we also saw, spoilers for Spider-Man 3, but guys, it's Like, it's extremely obvious. I think we all know. Concept art for Green Goblin leaked, and I'm not going to show it, obviously, but looks really good, actually. The concept art for Green Goblin actually looks good. But more stuff has leaked out. And one of the things that I saw circulating on the internet that is causing some kind of drama now is there were cut sections of Spider-Man 2 that featured like heavy chase sequences with Spider-Man and Venom, where Venom was like, now it was an unfinished segment, but it was a cut segment where Venom was like throwing Spider-Man like through walls and shit. And there was like this one scene where he like pounced on him and they crashed through the actual street and they landed in the actual like underground in the subway. And this clip, like these clips that have come out, really started to make the rounds because people were like, holy shit, why was this cut from the game? Like, this looks incredible. And if I'm not mistaken, it's not DLC. From what we understand from where this was extracted, like this was considered cut content from the game. And maybe it could be DLC. I don't know. I didn't think about that. It doesn't seem like it would be. But this has caused a new controversy to brew where now gamers on the internet, and I'm just curious what you guys think of this, all right? Gamers on the internet are feeling angry because they're like, well, hold on, Insomniac. Why did you have to cut these amazing looking sections of this game where Venom is chasing Peter Parker and, you know, they're crashing through buildings and shit? Because it did look like it was somewhat finished. It just needed like all the extra polish. People are like, how come you could do that, but you had all the time for like all these MJ missions and all these side missions that, to be completely honest, just kind of caused people to be like, what is this nonsense? And I don't know, man. I was just thinking to myself, like, oh, that does kind of, yeah, that's a bad look, man. Like, I mean, I'm asking your opinion, but to me, that is weird. Like, I was a little bit kind of like, all right, yeah, that's weird to me. That like they're saving it for the direct. I mean, look, maybe it is going to be DLC, but people were very upset, man. MJ running away from Venom was pretty cool. Yeah, I didn't have a big problem with the MJ missions. I actually thought they were okay. Yeah, the one with Venom was pretty good. But you know, some people are really people are kind of, I don't know, maybe they're connecting dots where there doesn't need to be any, but you know, all this stuff that's going on with Sweet Baby Inc. We know that Sweet Baby Inc. worked with Insomniac, and now people are feeling like they're putting two and two together and like, holy shit, you guys cut this stuff so that way you could make sure to have enough time to put in the, you know, the ESG score stuff. And I'm like, oh yeah, that, I don't know, man. That's a bad look. It's a bad look, but I just feel kind of sad though, because like saying, well, it's true. It seems like it is. Like if you look at the way the pieces are laid out, it does seem like the pieces fit, you know. But true. You're saying no, MBG. Insomniac worked with them. Good point. You think a lot was cut from it for the Venom game? I was thinking about that. I was like, yeah, maybe because we know they're making a Venom game. You know, again, to play devil's advocate here, maybe they did like say we should save a sequence like this for the Venom game. Like, think about it, where you're actually playing as Venom and you're chasing Peter Parker. But then again, I don't know. If you beat Spider-Man 2, he's pretty much retired. Peter Parker's retired. So could he return as soon as the Venom game? Maybe. Tony Todd's voice lines were cut according to him, probably for Venom. Yeah, and that's what I mean. I feel like people are a little too quick to like jump on this stuff. Where they're like, obviously this is, and look, maybe they're right. I haven't looked that deeply into it, but I do just wonder, knowing that Tony Todd's voice lines were cut, knowing that the Venom game is leaked, you do have to wonder if this is something that maybe they thought would be better off in the Venom game. I hope so. That would be pretty sick. Yeah, that's true, Rashdam. True. You're saying with the leaks show that you're in the perspective of Spider-Man. Yeah. You can't overlook that one. Yeah, that to me that does seem to confirm that that's not, unless they plan to like completely rework it, which I guess is a possibility. But yeah, that definitely points more towards they just decided to scrap it. They ruined your Black Cat. Well, there's still a lot of drama and discourse surrounding Spider-Man 2. And I get it. I do understand it. You're saying it feels like a mismanagement of creative direction, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, the more I think about Spider-Man 2, I know a lot of people are focused on like the whole Sweet Baby Inc. thing, and I understand that. But when I'm thinking about Spider-Man 2, a lot of people feel like it was rushed, right? Like the third act felt super rushed, and I get that feeling a little bit too, you know. And you do have to wonder if maybe there. It almost starts to seem like did they have to like rewrite some shit along the way, or did they really run into some kind of like problem where they had to rework a big part of the game? I do wonder about that. Or maybe originally they didn't plan to do like a Venom game, and maybe they had to like change the story to justify a Venom game or something like that. If they don't show something from Wolverine this year, it'll leak entirely. Dude, it already did leak entirely. I'm not even kidding. Like, if you search deep enough for the Wolverine with the Wolverine leaks, you can find the whole story. I didn't look that deeply. I mean, like, I found it, but I didn't click on any links because I'm like, I'm not trying to spoil the whole fucking story for myself. That's crazy, you know? I did watch some gameplay, though. Yeah, I thought that was actually wild, where they're like, here's literally the whole story from start to finish. I'm like, what? The only thing that was spoiled for me, and to be honest, this has already been spoiled for you guys because it's unavoidable, is that, yeah, we are getting the X-Men. Like, it's been leaked that Insomniac is making multiple X-Men games. You know, how that occurs in the Wolverine game, I don't know. But a lot of people were already speculating that, and so it kind of just confirmed what I think most of us already thought. Yeah, that's wild. I forgot about that. There's an entire build available to play on PC. Shit. Yeah, well, I'm still gonna give Wolverine a chance. I don't know. I'm trying to pay attention. I'm not trying to like dive too deep into it, but I'm keeping my eye on the situation that's occurring right now, because it's not just with Sweet Baby Inc., but it seems like there's like a whole massive culture war brewing, like, you know, Gamergate 2.0 or some shit is about to go down, and it's just starting now. And I won't lie, like I'm starting to see that there are individuals across the media and the internet, people who are very much associated with you know, far right ideology. They are now kind of chiming in and paying attention. It's actually the weirdest thing, because I'm seeing like some of these right wing commentators are actually getting shit on by the people who are against what they are also against, but they're shitting on them because they're like, you don't care about games. You know what I mean? Like, don't pretend like you've cared about games. this whole time. And it's just weird. It's getting weird out here, dude. Like, it's getting hairy and it's getting weird. And I'm just like, something's about to go down. They're grifters. Yeah. They just kind of go, yeah, I get that feeling too. But I'm just saying, like, generally speaking, it feels like there's something kind of bubbling up to the surface here. And I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't know what's going to happen. But there was this whole article did you guys see that article from IGN? Like, just for no fucking reason, dude, where they're just like, yo, Resident Evil 5's racist and they shouldn't remake it. They have to rewrite it. And it's just like, well, excuse me, what? You know? And like, everybody's like, I'm just looking at this shit and I'm like, what is going on, dude? Like, yeah, I'm not kidding, dude. Yes, that is literally what IGN for some, like, it reminds me like a nobody ... IGN. Resident Evil 5 still racist and that shit shouldn't be remade. It's like, okay. I swear, man. I swear, it's just so many people, like, they're just trying to poke the hornet's nest over and over again for no fucking reason other than, well, there is a reason. It's for clicks. It's for attention. But it's so annoying. It's like, can you guys just stop? Mr. B, you're saying RE5 is the first Resident Evil game you played? I never actually completed RE5, believe it or not. I played, I think, like a quarter of it or maybe close to half of it. And then the rest of it, I basically just kind of, over time, saw the rest. But I never actually finished it. I don't know why. I didn't like Resident Evil 5 as much as 4. They kind of lost me a little bit. But if they were to do a RE5 remake, yeah, I'd play it. Yeah, I feel like I missed out a little bit. But I don't think I would ever like RE5 more than 4. Days Gone is racist. Yeah, dude, I'll never forget with Days Gone. I don't remember who the journalist was or what outlet. I think it may have been GameSpot or IGN. It was probably one of them. But I remember one of them was like calling out the fact that that the game, like they pretty much tried to imply that Days Gone was racist because it's only white zombies. Like, they're all just white. And like the developer had to explain, like, that's literally part of the game where the virus mutates your skin and basically turns you albino. And I was like, there's no fucking way, dude. It's just the dumbest shit I've ever seen. I'm like, these people are so fucking dumb. It's like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, you gotta be kidding me, man. Maybe next time just talk about the game and whether or not it's fun to play. Just a thought. Maybe that would be the better way to go about it. Code Veronica needs a remake first. A remake for Code Veronica would be awesome. Code Veronica remake would be awesome. But yeah, man, I just think that some of this shit gets a little out of hand. To be honest, what depresses me the most about it is it makes me just want to disconnect. You know what I mean? Like, when I see that, like, when I see that the focus in so much of the games media is just on things like skin color, race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation. It's like, I just want to play video games. Like, I just, like, it just gets so, I become so uninterested. I'm like, this is fucking boring. Like, can you guys, like, can the people who are fighting about this shit, I saw this too. By the way, there was this person, I come across this shit on Twitter. There was this developer. I wish I could I should start screenshotting this shit, man. I guess I don't, because I don't necessarily go into any of my streams planning to talk about it. But there was this one developer who essentially, I see Boogie2988. Jesus. Hold on. Literally, he's trending. Boogie2988 is trending on Twitter right now. I just clicked on this. And he said this yesterday. Quote, hot take, video games are supposed to be fun, not lectures about why being a white man is bad, end quote. Holy fuck, he just went in. He didn't even hold back. No, you can't say that shit on Twitter, bro. You're done. Like, you're cooked. You're fucking cooked. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yeah, like, don't be racist ever. Don't be racist towards anybody for any reason, right? But goddamn, dude. Let's see. Yeah, this shit's getting nasty out here, man. This is turning into a freaking war. But I saw this one developer that people were pointing out yesterday where he was saying that essentially, like, him and his team are not. Yeah. Don't worry. Boss is patiently waiting for snacks. I will bring him in soon. Mrs. MBG just had to inform me that boss is patiently waiting for snacks out there. But this developer was basically going on like I don't know, I guess like a little bit of a tirade on Twitter, saying that he nor any of his team will tolerate any form of harassment or discrimination and all this stuff. And it didn't sound bad at all, because it's like, okay, that's fine. But then at the end, and he was like, and if I find out you are a developer working for any team that is partaking in any of this, while still being extremely vague, like basically making it sound like if you question any of the things that people are currently questioning, he will put you on like a list or whatever, like a blacklist. And I'm like, see, this is the problem with these people, where it's like, that's not healthy. Like, that's a threat, and that you're not helping the situation. Like, you are just antagonizing further. You know, like the first part of what you said, totally fine, but then you're starting to threaten that you're going to put people on a list. You're going to try to get them in trouble. You're going to try to get them blacklisted from the industry. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's not the way, man. Because the thing is, like, they frame it where it's like, oh, it's targeted harassment and shit. And some of it, see, where I think things get messy is some of it is. And that's what sucks, dude. Some of it, exactly. You're saying avoiding criticism, especially constructive, is bad. Exactly. That's what bothers me about stuff like this. People get very defensive. And I understand it's the human way to just get defensive like that. But, like, the worst part about all of this is that there are too many different shades, I guess you could say, right? Or too many different degrees, where for most people, it's like, that's all it is it's just some valid criticism and some valid frustration, where it's like, what the fuck is this? Like, what are you doing? Can you please not do this? Or can you change this? Because this isn't really... And if you don't want to change it, or if you don't want to remove it, that's fine. You're free to keep it in there, but we're not going to support this. Like this, because this isn't what we're asking for. This isn't what we want from your product. And then what happens from that point forward is one side gets extremely, like, they get overly offended, where it's like, well, you're racist. You're racist, you're sexist, you're homophobic, you're the whole 9 yards. It's like, whoa, hold on. I'm not any of those things. Right? Like, what's going on here? And then the other side comes in, and then they get overly defensive as well, where it's like, well, you're the fucking cancer of the industry, and you guys need to be fucking eradicated and get out of here with your fucking woke shit. And And then anybody normal I'm telling you, it happens over and over again. Anybody normal just gets, like, we just kind of get squeezed out of the equation. So these two sides can fucking clash with one another. And I just wish it would all go away, man. Cause it's like, fuck, I'm over here thinking, like, I'm seeing people be like, this is going to be Gamergate 2.0. And I'm like, I just want to play video games, man. Like, that's all I want to do. I just want to escape from this shit and play video games, but I get it. What's the solution? I think the solution is something that nobody wants to hear on either side. Unfortunately, I think the solution is find a fucking balance. Come together in the middle and learn to shake hands. And what that requires is the one side that says, I only see it this way. You're wrong. I'm right. I know who you are. I know you're kind. And you're never going to change. You need to let the guard down for a moment, and you got to say, you know what? Maybe we can work this out. Maybe we can put our differences aside and find a good compromise. And that exact same thing is going to be required from the other side. And that is the solution. That is the only solution. That is the only way things can ever be normal and peaceful and okay. But that'll likely never happen. And what's going to continue to happen is one side is going to continue to get an edge over the other. And it's just going to, as I say, it's just going to be a pendulum that swings back and forth, you know? That's it. It's annoying, man, because it feels like it is truly infecting everything. You can't escape it. Unless you play Helldivers 2. Even then, some people were trying to find problems with that. And it's like, give it a rest. Give it a fucking rest, you know? Just don't expect a Californian studio not to be liberal. Same for the Amsterdam ones. Yeah, and that's what I mean is, again, it's like, I've said this and I will continue to say this, like, there's nothing wrong with picking your side. Right? Like, I'm a liberal or I'm a conservative. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I just think where things get fucking crazy is people entrench themselves so deeply that it's like it becomes tunnel vision, where it's almost like they become like fucking Terminator robots, where it's like, if you're not a fucking Terminator, then, you know, you're a human and you have to be eradicated. You know what I mean? It's just like, you're just scanning. And it's like, there has to be some room for some open-mindedness. And I don't know, maybe the problem is, you know, how you ever hear the saying, or how's that saying go, where it's like, be careful when you stare into the abyss because it might stare back or whatever. You know, maybe it's that situation where a lot of these people maybe do start out being normal, relatively healthy, open-minded individuals, but they continually engage with insane people, and it makes them insane too, and they don't realize it. And sorry, we got Laurent. Laurent's keeping the membership train going today. Laurent, you're too kind, man. You're too kind. I am truly humbled by your kindness at a time like this, Laurent. Still coming out here, keeping the membership train going, still being generous to this community and myself. You're too kind, man. Thank you so much.
Say hello to democracy.
There you go. That's for you, Laurent. So we're at 37 members on the day. We're still making our way. We're still making our way to the goal. So thank you guys for all of your continued support. I'm embracing my inner Nietzsche again. That's why you're going to buy, Irfan, you're saying that's why you're going to buy 2 copies of Stellar Blade, not just 1. Support your devs, man. Support your devs. People are scared to speak up about this in case they get canceled. And see, that's what makes me sad about it, is people shouldn't be afraid to speak up on either side. You know, like, look, I think it is obvious that all throughout the history of the video game industry, like, there has been sexism. Yes, there has been discrimination. Of course, like, these things have happened, and they were problematic then. They're problematic now. They've never not been problematic. And to me, it's the pendulum, right? Where the reason why those things were allowed to happen so openly, seemingly in some cases, is because the pendulum was too far to one end, where it's too many people with a toxic mindset in positions of power that say, no, this is how it has to be. Not realizing that you're not considering the other side of this. We need fucking mature adults is what we need leading the way. And I hate to say this, but it seems like these days, like that just doesn't exist in leadership positions. Like this is becoming a more common thing I'm noticing, where we need adults leading the way who can be adults. And we just are getting everything but that, seemingly. We're getting fucking clowns, dude. That's what we're getting. Like, those are our leaders across the board. Fucking clowns. It's all one big clown show. And it's like, how did we get to this point? And the gaming industry is going to become a laughingstock at some point, if it isn't already. yeah, cue the clown MBG emoji. Sometimes I forget I have that emoji in there, bro. Now's the time to use it. And look, I know it's a lot easier said than done. I know it's like, I don't want to sit here and make it seem like if you put me in a position of power, I'll knock everything out of the park. No, I know how it goes. You're going to piss some people off. So you like, it's the way of life, man. It's human nature. We all have our opinions. We all have our convictions. We all have our beliefs. But I just wish more people, like let me explain what I mean by being an adult. Maybe if I explain that better, it'll help. To me, being an adult and not being a clown and not being fucking ridiculous means simply this. You are either willing to meet in the middle, shake hands, and talk like an adult. And if you are unwilling to do that, maybe in a certain and I do think that there are circumstances where it's totally understandable why people could be unwilling to do that. Like, no, I'm not shaking their hand. I'm not speaking to them. They, like, you truly believe they are 100% in the wrong. Then you got to be willing to walk away and just conduct your business as you see fit without engaging with anyone or anything that is only going to serve to cause a clash. To me, that, like, because I understand that there are just going to be some people where they're not going to move. Like, they're just not. And I guess what I'm trying to say is people just need to be more honest. I think that's all I'm really trying to say. The whole idea of being an adult about it is you just need to be honest. Say what you really fucking mean and don't hold back. And I feel like these days we are just seeing so many shitty people where how they really feel essentially does come out. But it's like the person in the chat pointed out a moment ago, where it's like everybody's afraid. Everybody's so afraid to just say it. But that's the thing, is they are saying it. They're saying it in a different way, or their actions are speaking for them. You know what I mean? Like the mask slips. Everybody sees it. And I just wish that people would be more willing to just be honest and say, yeah, like, I do, like, my agenda is to, you know what? For example, like that game developer, or apparently, I don't know if it was a developer or another consultation company that was working with EA, where she just like flat out said, I'll at least give her this. She was fucking honest. She was wrong as shit, but she was honest. Where she was just like, yeah, we're not hiring white people because I believe that they are unsafe for the workplace. It's like, holy shit, that's extremely problematic, but I can at least you're just putting that out there so everybody knows. You know, like, there's no mincing of words here and deception. It's just, yeah, no, we're not hiring white people. Like, we do need to correct that. Like, we need to help try to explain why, in the same way that we don't do that to black, like we don't ever want to do that to black people. Don't ever say we're not going to hire you because you're black. You don't say that to anybody. You don't ever say to a human being, I'm not hiring you for the job because of the color of your skin. That should never fucking happen under any circumstances. But it's like, if somebody truly has that mindset, and that's how, like, they're just saying, look, I want to just keep it my shit. Whether it's wrong or not, that's what I fucking want. I can at least acknowledge, at least you're not trying to fucking bullshit people. Because I think that's what really, like, when people try to hide their shittiness, when people try to hide the vile aspects of them, and people end up believing it, and it's so clear that, like, you're a shitty fucking person. Just admit it. Like, just admit you're a shitty person. So that way you can just have your group of shitty people that surround you with your shitty thoughts. And you don't have to fucking string anybody along. You know? And everybody can just look at that and be like, okay, yeah, we get it. But obviously, you got to be careful, people who do that. You got to be careful. Again, it's all about the level of influence. It's complex. It's complex. You know, the solutions are not as simple as I want to believe they are. I understand that, but I don't know, man. It's disturbing to me. Why can't more people just have common sense? Not common sense, sorry. Why can't more people just have common decency? That I think more than anything is what truly disturbs me to my core, is why can't more people just have common decency? No one's perfect, but that shouldn't be hard. That should come naturally. We have Asian Panda 510 saying, "Let's go. I have committed problem, but this is the longest. Plus, they believe there are more than two genders. Lost cause, shock therapy." JK. Bro, I'm going to be honest with you, Asian Panda. I have no idea what you just said right there. All I see is shock therapy. I don't know. Do some of these people out here need shock therapy? Maybe. Because if there's something that I have noticed is some people are just truly fucking nuts. Yes, some people have actually lost their minds. And that's very unfortunate. Is shock therapy the answer? I don't know. Probably not. Does shock therapy actually work? MBG, this agenda will ruin all of entertainment to a point where nothing will give us the same joy. I do worry about that as well. Yeah, and I know it's hard, man. I know that people who pick their sides, they probably get frustrated with people like me, where I'm not sitting here saying I'm on this side. I think I've made it clear, like, which side I definitely lean towards. But even then, like, you know, I'm not engaged with this on a level where it's like I follow certain people to hear them talk about political issues or their opinion on certain cultural cultural changes that are taking place. I don't, because every time I do, I begin to realize that, man, these people are all unhappy. I don't know if anybody's realized that the common denominator between all of these people that are so aggressively against all, you know, whatever it is they're against, like they all have a shared passion, a shared level of hatred, and it all stems from they're unhappy people. And that's why I find that I can never truly listen too closely to any of them, because it comes through. Like, I pick up on that. Like, you're not a happy person. And I don't, like, I can commend the notion of you believe what you're doing is making the world a better place, and you're trying to help people who are struggling or in bad situations, and that's fine too. But But I don't know, man. It's just the energy that I pick up is you're very miserable people. And I'm not claiming that I'm the happiest person, but I don't need more fucking misery in my life. I know that. So that's why I just don't really follow any of this shit. And that's why I kind of started this whole conversation. I don't even know how I got onto this conversation, but it's why I started it by basically saying, like, when I start to see this shit brewing, I'm like, I'm out. Like, I just don't have the capacity, man. Like, I literally am just going to go outside and fucking just sit in the grass and look at the fucking sky. You know? Like, doesn't that sound nice? So it sounds a lot fucking nicer than sitting there, you know, reading through fucking arguments and listening to videos of people telling me, like, why, you know, the next generation is going to be completely fucking ruined. And it's like, maybe there is some truth to that. But it, you know, I feel like this is where, I don't know. People are always like, oh, well, you know, they're going to take over. They're going to take over. It's all about them taking over. And it's like, listen, man, here's what I'm a believer in. I'm a believer in your own autonomy. Okay. Like, obviously there are circumstances where people are truly oppressed and they are stripped of their ability to maybe change their own environment. But if there's something that no one will ever be able to take away from you as a human being, this is just the truth, man. And we've seen people all throughout time, unfortunately, have to go through this. And this is exactly what we don't want to see. If there's something that has been proven, is that you can do whatever you want to a person that you don't like. You can take it as far as, hey, you know, we've seen it. We've seen people murder other people just out of pure hatred. There's no justification to any degree where it's like, wow, that's evil. But if there's one thing that's proven throughout human history, is that they will never be able to take away your ability to choose how you are going to live, how you are going to feel, what your mind set is going to be. They can never take that from you, ever, no matter what. And this is where I think people are they're too influenced. They're allowing their minds to be not even just too influenced, but to get scrambled, essentially. Where this is a God-given ability that every human being has, where when you become an adult, you have that power. And it's like, well, I'm worried about the children. Well, you know what? Focus on your children, and you teach your children that. You'll teach your children how to be strong-minded, to have strong minds. And anybody that they're around will see that, and they will realize, wow, there's something to that. And that's how you let that manifest and grow. There are times, of course, to take action. I'm not just saying just sit there and have a strong mind and everything will work out. I know it sounds like that. There are times where absolutely you have to take action, but I'm just saying, man, like, that's something. It's like the fear mongering. They try to convince you that it's like they're gonna fucking brainwash you. It's like, yeah, if you're weak-minded, strengthen your mind, and nothing will fucking brainwash you. Think for yourself. Don't let fear be the driving fucking factor. As soon as you let fear be the driving factor, you're compromised. Your morals, your ethics, you are compromised. If you are making decisions out of fear, you are compromised. And you are inclined at that point to make bad, poor decisions. I don't know how I got onto this conversation, but I don't know. I guess it's just probably because I'm not actually sitting in the fucking grass looking at the clouds. I'm actually on Twitter seeing this shit. I'm on the internet seeing this shit everywhere. And it's just like, I don't know. In a way, it's like kind of seeing it makes it easier for me to realize the problem with it. And to just realize that, you know, you just got to focus on yourself first. You focus on strengthening your mind. You can, you know, that energy is going to radiate to people around you. It's like I always say, you're never going to convince somebody by forcing them to see it this way. Everybody's always looking to debate. I don't know. Shit's complicated out there, people. We got AZN Panda again saying, LMAO, it was hard to squeeze anything in that comment, and I can't gift subs or buy. I have commitment issues, so this is the longest I committed. Well, I appreciate that, AZN Panda. I still don't know that I fully understand exactly what you're saying, bro, but I think I'm picking up on it. I like to think I am, and I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the super chat, and thank you guys for all your support. We went from talking about the PS5 Pro to, I don't know, having some kind of deep conversation, but hey, man, that's, I think that's why you guys tune in, right? You never know. Someone asked an interviewer, how do you know you're a man? What a ridiculous question in my eyes. Yeah, dude, I would never engage in that conversation with somebody. Dude, you know what my answer to that person would, and I know this sounds ridiculous, but maybe this does sound ridiculous, but like, dude, people who want to throw questions like that up, I would just simply say the only thing I know is that I know nothing. And that's true. And you know what the beauty of that is that when I look at that person, I know you don't know anything either. So why don't we just let the shit go? Why don't we just let the shit go? See, if everybody could come to that conclusion together, if everybody could just come to the conclusion that all we know is we know nothing, and we should all keep that in mind. You just leave the room. Damn, Hanzo has an answer ready. It's not an MBG stream if it doesn't go completely off the rails. That's absolutely true. I mean, I don't feel like, yeah, I don't feel it's my place to tell somebody what they are or what they aren't. I feel as though I can only speak for myself. And, it's like if somebody were to come up to me and feel like they need to really tell me who they are, it's just like, good for you. I don't care. I just don't, And I realize it's all of this stuff is so antagonistic because there's always going to be people who will respond. Where it's like, yeah, I do care. Let me tell you what I think. It's like, that's fine, I guess, but that's just gonna, it's not necessarily just a cycle of violence, but it's just a cycle of it's just a cycle of argumentation that just, it never seems to really get anywhere. You're saying, MBG, that's right, and that's why people shouldn't hate about LGBT or any of the stuff because it doesn't affect them. Yeah, here's what I think about that, right? Like, because I do agree with that, but I do think that, unfortunately, even though it's easy for me as a single individual to say, I don't care, I also understand that, we are mammals and we are basically animals at the end of the day. And we are tribalistic. And something that I think is always going to exist, and it's why no matter how much I preach about, like, people have to think for themselves and they have to, try their best to put differences aside. And, I'm an idealist, I guess, in that way. I'm like hippy dippy about it. But I also understand that, dude, like, we're animals and we are always going to be tribalistic. If not me individually, if not you individually, somebody else, other people as a collective. And I realize that what we see happen over and over and over again throughout humanity is people just want to, they want to be with their own people. and they don't want, you know what I mean? Like there's always going to be borders. There's always going to be walls. There's always going to be, I mean, it's kind of funny, like when we talk about like video game consoles and shit, like closed ecosystems versus open ecosystems, it's almost a similar situation where it's like, this is just part of human nature. It's just part of nature in general, where it's like, there's always going to be groups of people that are like, this is how we are, and we don't want any different. And if something different tries to enter, we will gatekeep that. And that, I think, is exactly what we're seeing now, where, again, the reason why I say it's so antagonistic is because if we could get, it's just talking about the video game industry, if we could get to a point where both sides could shake hands, that's not hard to do, man. That's what makes me the most sad about it, is it's like on one side, you have people who act like, well, here's where things get messy. On both sides, there are shitty people. I need to make that clear. There are people on the right side, so to speak, that are actually racist, that are actually homophobic, that are actually sexist. And they really don't, if they're not hiding it, they do a really bad job hiding it. And it's like very clear, like you actually have a serious problem. You know, like that's not good. And that's not going to help progress us to anything, because everybody's going to identify that in you. You're not going to help yourself. You're not going to be able to help yourself. That's going to come out of you, and people will see that. And when people see that, again, then we look at the other side. There are also people on the left who are practically villainous themselves, man, where it's like, they are like, oh, you know, we're against the racism and the, you know, we're the homophobia and all this stuff. But it's like at the same time, but we just want total control. And we want to tell you how to live your life. And we don't want to respect your boundaries. And that's where shit gets fucking messy, because both of those things are going in wrong directions and they're taken way too far, where both of those things are bad inherently. And so those are the people that clash the hardest and the loudest. And then next to those people, you have people who actually have subscribed to the values of either side, right? Where on the right, you have people that have exactly. They're opposites to the same, but they're on the same fucking coin. Two sides of the same coin. And yes, and they're creating their own divisions. And then the normal rational people who are on the right, like they have subscribed to like, oh, you know what? I do realize that's kind of how I feel. Like I'm a more conservative person. I'm more traditional. And you know, it's like I don't have a problem at all with gay or trans people. You know, it's just that I'm also finding that I'm not going out of my way to, you know, seek those things out, because it's just not my thing. But I have no problem with it. And then I think on the other side, you have people who are like, you know what? I am about that. You know, maybe they are gay, or maybe they are trans, or maybe they're just people who, I don't know, they like to be part of that. And that's fine as well. And like, I'm just saying these two things can absolutely coexist. And all it really requires is just an understanding that people are different from one another. And that's okay. That's like all it requires. And it just means if somebody is like crossing what feels like a boundary, I don't think there's anything wrong with somebody just saying like, hey, this is, to me, this feels like you're crossing a boundary, you know, respectfully. Maybe, you know, can we work this out? And if you can't work it out, then just separate. No big deal. Fuck, it's not that hard. That's it. Like, I think that's literally as simple as it is. It doesn't have to be as complicated as people want to make it. But I don't know. It's, you know, when you think about that idea of just separate, right? Just keep your distance. If certain people can't get along, then just keep your distance from one another. There's always going to be that tension, right? Where it's like, well, why can't they get along? Does that person have a problem with me? Or does that person have a problem with me? It's like, well, maybe, yeah, but that's exactly. It's like, so what about video games? And that's the problem, right? That's the problem is you get two people on both sides where they feel like it can only be one way or the other. And it's like, I remember when we found out like Aloy was gay, and there was this whole fucking thing temporarily where like everybody was freaking out. There's two sides. One side was like, holy shit, I can't believe they did this. They made another PlayStation character gay. They did it again. And they were pissed. And people were, and to be honest, like, yeah, I see the homophobia in some instances. Like, there are some people just trying to basically ask general questions like, what was the decision-making process behind this? Like, interesting. Like, you know, Gorilla, what's going on here? Not really being like toxic about it, just trying to understand like what's behind this where suddenly now she's a gay character. And to be fair, I'm sure many of those people, if given a valid explanation, or maybe there doesn't have to be an explanation, it's just like, yeah, she was always gay. We just never really focused on it. And now this is the first time. I think most people would be like, oh, okay. Yeah, okay. And that's how I felt, where I'm like, you know, Aloy's not that interesting of a character. Never really thought about her sexuality. And I guess Gorilla, they felt now it was time to reveal her sexuality. And I'm just like, okay, that's fine, I guess. Like, it doesn't really bother me that much. But yeah, on the other side, there are people where it's like, they kind of behave in a way where it's like, we need to do this all the time in like all games. Like, we just have to. And it's like, that's a bit extreme. Like, I don't think we need that. And that's the thing, is it's just people need to understand that if you want to create diverse products, it requires balance. It means you don't shine a light on one side more than the other. And if the light is shining on one side more than the other, you just balance it out. Just balance it out. It doesn't mean shine that light all the way to the other side now and keep it there. Just balance it out. And that's at the heart of all of this. Truthfully, that's at the heart of all this. It's exactly why I just saw a video of a person saying that we're not hiring any white people for our video game. That's not balanced at all. Like, there's something inherently wrong there because nothing's balanced. And I get it. Like, that maybe speaks to the whole idea of, well, if we just don't get along, then we'll just do our own thing in our own area. But it's like, but if you're trying to do, and again, if you're trying to do that under the guise of, but we're all about inclusivity, it's like those two things are not the same. They're not the same. They're two different things. And this is where the hypocrisy continually reveals itself, where it's like, either do it logically or don't do it at all. But this hypocritical, weird ass shit that people are doing, where it's one side or the other, and we're going to try to present it as if it's not that, is getting annoying. That's what people are getting tired of. It's the exact reason why so many men out here are saying, like, dude, we don't have a problem with strong female leads. We never have. We never have. There have been plenty of strong female leads in the past, but what made those strong female leads memorable is not their gender, it was their character. And then you get people who get overly worked up and they feel as though things have been too unfair, too one-sided, and then they're like, here's the answer, let's force it, right? Let's force it. Let's just make sure we make all the strong female characters in the world. And it's like, nobody asked for that. That's not a logical solution to the problem. Because the problem, it's not that it doesn't exist, but it's like, that's an extreme solution. The problem is not extreme. It's not anywhere near that extreme. And you have so many people who subscribe to that notion where it's like, no, it is that extreme. This is what needs to be done. It's like, you're just on the fucking other side of the spectrum now. How do you not see that? Man, I'm really going on and on here today. Illegal Monkey, Thank you, buddy. It's your 5th time super chatting. You're saying why I love MBG. You're a very calm, rational guy I can talk to. A lot of people, as soon as you disagree with them, they fly off the handle. Conversation over. Well, I appreciate that. And that's the thing. Like, I have my limits, of course, in terms of like, I do have my own way of how I feel about things. But if there's one thing that I cannot escape is that even if I have like a knee-jerk reaction or thought where it's like, oh yeah, no. I tend to like come back around and I'm like, hold on. Can I see it from the other side? And a lot of times I do come to the conclusion that, okay, but that doesn't really make much sense for me personally. But I kind of pride myself on that a little bit where it's like, I try to see the other side. And that's the thing is even the people that annoy me the fucking most, I'm talking about the irritating people that it's like, please shut the fuck up. Like you are making things way more toxic. And I see it all over. Even those people that I hear or read, like I read what they're saying or I hear what they're saying, I also understand like where I can see their side because I know that it's like you are doing this because you've been duped into thinking that this is right and you just haven't really seen like the full ramifications. You haven't seen where the story ends. Or if it's not that, maybe it is you truly are a person with good intentions, but you're fucking terrible at actually thinking of logical solutions to how you can really help people in meaningful ways, Or maybe you are just a person that was subjected to certain things, throughout your lifetime, and you do have some hatred in you. And that's another thing too, is that people do have hatred in them. And they have it, and that's the whole question behind it, isn't it? Is it like, when is hatred justified? It's never justified. I'm sorry. Doesn't mean I'm not going to feel it. Doesn't mean you're not going to feel it, but it's never justified. Because no matter how much hate you hold for someone, regardless of what they did, you will become that. If that is the only thing you can hold on to, and that's the only thing you can feel, as long as you feel that, you are that. And that is how it will always be until eventually you realize that shit. Again, I am just I'm on the other side of the coin here. And I think not enough people are willing, again, to me, that's the adult part of it, where you have to be willing to overcome these things that you hold on to that you believe justify your hatred. When your hatred's not justified. The anger is, the frustration is, but the hatred will not be, because the hatred will not lead you to an actual healthy, viable solution. And I think that what we are seeing on both sides are a lot of, keep in mind what I said earlier. I said a lot of these people are fucking miserable, and they're so miserable because they hold on to hatred. They hate. That's what they do. They hate other people for what they've done, for how they've made them feel, and they can't let go of that hatred. And they allow that hatred to fuel their crusades and their agendas. And they just lock themselves into that, and it becomes very rigid, immovable. You become a fucking rock, dude. It's God, I know the word. Can I say it though? I'm not even gonna bother. I know the word you're saying, Irfan, but I can't read that right now. Like, I can't pronounce it properly. Authoritarianism, I think, is how you say it. I had to really think about that for a moment there. Majority of gamers are white males. I mean, the thing for me is, like, when it comes to the idea of diversity in games and inclusivity, like, I mean, I'm a white male, and I'm here to just say, just speaking for me, that I I don't think of those things, you know? Like I can honestly tell you that when I was growing up playing games, like I think about Metal Gear, for example. You know, my favorite character of all time, Solid Snake or Big Boss. They're both like my favorite characters. Um, his skin color isn't why I like his character. Like he happens to be white, yes, but I can assure you that if Hideo Kojima said Snake's gonna be Japanese, in fact, that would make a lot of sense because Hideo Kojima's Japanese. He said that Snake is kind of like his avatar. I think he confirmed that before he viewed Snake as like his avatar. So I was like, yeah, okay, make him Japanese because you're Japanese. I would still feel the same way about him as a character. He could be black. He could be anything. It wouldn't matter to me because the reason why Snake stood out as a character to me is it's his character. It's the writing behind his character. It's his actions in the story. It's, you know what I mean? It's everything but his skin color. It doesn't matter. And I just think people need to surrender to that reality. And here's the most important part. You need to fucking ignore the hate. I understand if that hate comes right to your fucking doorstep, maybe you can't ignore it fully. I understand that, but that's extreme. And that, you know, for most people, I would assume for most people, it doesn't get to that point. I'm talking about most people who are working in games, who are trying to, you know, like just just focus on what's actually important. I firmly believe if you focus on what's actually important and you are in a leadership role, the people around you will focus on that as well. And I think that's why a lot of people right now are pointing out companies like Sweet Baby Inc. and whatnot, and the CEO of that company, because that's the sad thing, man, is like these people, they're entering the gaming industry and they're not saying we want to make the best games possible. That's not their MO. That's not their agenda. It's not we want to make the best games possible. We want to tell the best stories possible. Their entire agenda and MO is we need to make what you're doing more diverse. We need to make what you're doing, we need to make sure it's accurate to any other races or ethnicities that you include. And it's like, it just detracts from the entire heart of what this is supposed to be about, which are creative people, artists creating art. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news to some people, and it makes me convinced that some people just haven't engaged with art in a truly meaningful way. Some art is going to be offensive. That's the nature. In the same way that humanity will never be perfect, and there will always be human beings that you don't quite understand, like, how are you the way you are? Why do you do what you do? It seems pretty offensive to me. Art is the same way. There's always going to be offensive art because art is created by human beings. I think it's just so sad to see that things have taken such an extreme turn where it's like things that are frankly very innocent and not offensive. Like it's just not. People are like, oh my God, how fucking dare you? It's like, give me a fucking break, please. And it's because that's the thing, man. Everybody there, it's just scared, miserable people on both sides that are so afraid that the other side's going to take over. No, they won't. No, they won't. Do you know why? Because the moment the threshold is crossed, they cross that line where this has just gotten this has gone too far. The market it corrects itself, dude. Like, people are not going to buy it. People are not going to support it. It's just going to fade into obscurity on its own. That's what it is. That's what it is, man. And I'll tell you right now, here's the reality. There are a lot of people losing their mind and have been losing their mind. Yeah, I know, Erfin. It is heavy. It's my head's spinning too. There are a lot of people losing their minds over Spider-Man 2 for multiple reasons. What they did to MJ, they made MJ ugly, they made her unattractive, and they got Sweet Baby Ink in there. They're focused on this and on that, and there's all this. The controversy, right? The reality is simply this. If enough people really thought that what Spider-Man 2 was doing, and I know some people are not going to want to hear this, but it's the hard truth. It's the bitter pill you got to swallow because it's just the reality. If people really had that much of a problem with what Spider-Man 2 is doing, then that means when Spider-Man 3 comes out, it's going to fail. It's going to do significantly worse than Spider-Man 2 because what it will mean is that it turns out that it's not a vocal minority. It turns out that a lot of people collectively didn't like what they did here and what they did there, and that they included that, and that they included that side mission and that side mission over there. And here's the thing, exactly, Rashtam, I don't know what the outcome is. I don't know if the outcome is, you know what? A lot of people were like offended by this game, and they're not going to pay $70 for the third game when it comes out. And Sony's going to find that out, and Insomniac's going to find that out, and it's going to hit them where it hurts. But do not be surprised if it turns out it sells just as well, and that 99.9% of people didn't find Spider-Man 2 offensive. Do you see what I'm getting at here? What I'm trying to explain is that it's okay for you or for me or for anybody to look at Spider-Man 2 and say, I don't like what you did there. This feels a bit forced. This feels a bit much for me, or I'm offended by it, or I think you maybe made some poor decisions with this game. And I can say, and you can say, and anybody can say, I'm not buying Spider-Man 3. I'm done, Insomniac. I'm out. Peace. And I can then go around talking to other people about it. And I will find like-minded people where it's like, hey, I felt that same way about Spider-Man 2. Yeah, fuck them, dude. Fuck those guys. I'm not giving them my money anymore. But do you know where the anger comes from? Truthfully, the anger doesn't come from the fact that these things were done. It comes from the fact that these things were done and they were accepted. That's where the anger comes from. And it just reveals the true nature of humans, where it's, no, this should not be acceptable. This cannot be acceptable. And when I think about Spider-Man 2, because I feel like, again, that game, I've been seeing that game on my timeline a lot. I played Spider-Man 2, and I told you guys, like, yeah, there were some things in that game where I was like, okay, like this seems a bit forced. If not forced, it's definitely not why I bought the game. But I would be lying if I said I was offended to a point where I just couldn't play the game anymore. Like, I felt like I had to put the controller down. I'm like, I can't do this. I've watched things before, and I've encountered things where it's like suddenly I'm having a hard time. I am struggling. I may have to just walk away from this because this is just annoying me. But who am I, truly? And maybe this is just me being too humble about it, but who am I as one individual person, one individual man, to say, and how I feel about Spider-Man 2 is exactly how you should fucking feel about it too. Seriously, who the fuck am I to say that? And that's what I don't understand about people. It's like everybody puts themselves in this position where, let me tell you, and it's like, dude, who are you? Who are any of you? And you know what they do? They say, well, hey, it's not me. It's them. they're the ones doing it, right? They're telling you, you have to accept this. No, they're not. Are they? Because I'm pretty sure I can just turn to them and say, fuck you, I'm not buying this game. I'm not buying your shit anymore. I don't have to accept anything. You see, and there it's all revealed. Clear as day. Clear as day. It's really so much simpler than people make it seem. And suddenly it's revealed how much of this is truly for clicks, is truly for engagement, is truly to just stoke the flame so we can keep people entertained, so we can keep them nice and distracted, and we can keep the money flowing, and we can keep the entertainment just rolling in, because it's really this simple, people. Either spend your money and time on it or don't. You choose to spend your money and time on it, trust me, they get the message. We made money and we got your time. You don't spend your money and time on it, trust me, they get the message. We didn't get your money. We didn't get your time. But when it turns out that you and the people that you surround yourself with that are like-minded, when it turns out that the other side that does enjoy spending their time and money on it is larger than you, I don't believe for a second that the answer is we need to now fucking get out the pitchforks and torches and we need to save our characters. Or better yet, how about this? Empower people that are like-minded to create new characters that you can then support. Because if you really believe that, you know, the things that you have supported, the things that have resonated with you, and the things that have spoken to you, if you really believe that, and you believe that there's many, many, many other people, maybe they're suppressed or maybe they're not, that feel the same way, then empower yourself and empower others to create that. Create that, right? It's not impossible. In fact, it's more likely now than ever. I think there is attachment to this, right? Like, I think it's like, so you're saying we should just, so if I grew up with Spider-Man and I have a certain expectation of Spider-Man, and there's a group of people making Spider-Man and now taking it over, and they totally alter it to fit their vision, not me, not the fan, not the person who's been here since the beginning, I should just let it go? Yes. That's exactly what I'm fucking saying. Exactly. You're too emotionally invested. This is why I'm saying strong-mindedness. Because the thing is, I firmly believe if you are fighting, if you choose to fight what will likely be a losing battle, and if it's not a losing battle, at the very least, one that's going to be drawn out to the point where who knows where it's going to end, I don't think you're going to be happy doing that. Because if the goal is to engage with stories and with characters that make you feel good, not bad, but feel good, then shouldn't you just deviate your attention? And somebody might say, well, that's being snuffed out. But it's not. Not everywhere. Maybe the pendulum has swung too far to one side. But it's not completely gone. And to insinuate that is disingenuous. And that's it kind of falls back to what Irfan said earlier, where he's like, yo, I'm buying 2 copies of Stellar Blade. I think that's a little bit extreme. I don't know that you need to buy 2 copies, but you're doing exactly the right thing, which is you are looking at what is on offer, and you are gravitating towards something that speaks to you, that you enjoy, that you like, and it's conveying a message. Hey, I like this, and so you're just, rather than focusing on hating the other things around it, you're saying, I like this thing. I'm going to support this thing. I'm going to give this thing my time and money. And if enough people do that, if enough people agree with that, and enough people have that same mindset, then they're going to make a lot of money. They're going to make a lot of sales. And other people who, again, people forget the true agenda here. The true agenda is money, to live a better life, to have more freedom. When they see, how are they selling that many copies? How the fuck are they making that much money? We should do what they're doing. And then the pendulum swings back. This is the way it goes. It's the way it's always been. Don't get caught up in the cycle like me. I clearly got caught up in it. I still have a little bit of coffee left too, somehow. Figuratively literal, you're saying Spider-Man 2 has a rating of 4.87 out of 109,000 reviews on the PlayStation Store. It speaks for itself. Surprisingly, it's even higher than Ragnarok. Well, that's what I mean, man. Here's what I'll say. Again, I played Spider-Man 2 from start to finish. I did all the side content. I got the platinum. I knew, like, I'm not stupid. I knew, oh, this is a very liberal game. Yes, like, this was definitely a game made by developers in California. And I knew that. And I knew, like, there's probably going to be some stuff in here that it doesn't necessarily make me feel uncomfortable because I don't care that much. I just don't. But what I did realize is it's just, it's underwhelming to me. Like, I don't care about this, some of the stuff that they're trying to put there. Again, I think people need to, like, take a chill pill and realize, listen, man, like, Insomniac, yeah, they're the most liberal left wing. Yeah, they also got the Puerto Rican flag wrong. And they had to fix it. It's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? It's like, there were too many things in Spider-Man 2 that I did enjoy. That I would be lying to you if while I was fighting Venom, or while I was playing as Venom, or when I was fighting Lizard, I would be fucking lying to you if I said, but I just couldn't enjoy it because I just kept seeing Mary Jane's face in my head. And I just thought, oh my God, she's so fucking ugly. I swear, this is how some people act, man. And this is why they don't get taken seriously, because they sound like fucking children. I'm serious, man. It's like, yeah, Mary Jane's face, not looking great. Not sure what they did. Why did you change her face? But I'll be damned if that's the only thing I'm thinking of when I'm playing this fucking 30-hour game. As if that's the only thing this game offers. Oh, but what about that side mission with the gay couple? Guess what? You don't have to fucking play it. It's a damn side mission. It's like, people make it sound like at some point in the middle of the fucking story, you know, it's like, sorry, I got to go over to this university and help this gay couple before I can progress the game. This is where I'm saying what people are truly upset about. It's not that. What people are upset about is they found out that there's a company, again, Sweet Baby Inc., that Insomniac went to for consultation. And people were suspicious of this company, rightly so, because now it's coming out. The dirt of some of the people who work for this company is now pouring out. And it's guilty by association is what it is. And I understand that. I understand, well, maybe that's not the real problem, right? Because who cares? Maybe the real problem is that Insomniac, the creators of this game, decided to work with a company and hire a company that actually has extremist individuals with actual terrible, like, mindsets, like pretty much hateful mindsets. Some of the employees apparently that are working there, if not hateful mindsets, ones that are like totally insane. And they're just paying them to alter certain aspects of the story. And so it's not that the people who work for Sweet Baby Inc., it's not that they came in and said, we're going to insert this part into your game where Miles Morales has some monologue about the problem with white people. They didn't do that. It's not like they came in and they said, we're going to have Peter Parker have like a monologue at some point or make a comment about homophobic people. They didn't do that either. And what people fear is that it's not there yet. And I get that, because it's like, well, hold on. We see some of the tweets. We see some of the things that the people who work at Sweet Baby Inc., we see some of their opinions on Twitter. We've heard the fear that they try to strike into video game marketing teams and executives by making it sound like they're going to get canceled if they don't listen to them. And there's very much, I don't mean to be so dramatic about it, but there's like this kind of like black cloud evilness to it where it's like, this is some villainous type behavior over here. What is this company doing? Who are these people? Right? And then I hope that just explains why Spider-Man 2 is under the microscope. Don't get me wrong. Some people are just being too extreme about it, I think, where they're like, they are kind of just straight up being homophobic or whatever, where it's like, it's not that serious. Come on. But most people are paying attention to how could Insomniac, it was also, Sony Santa Monica worked with Sweet Baby Inc. as well on Ragnarok. It's like, how could you be okay with working with these types of people knowing that this is how they really feel, that this is how they behave, and this is how they conduct themselves? And to me, it's no different than when we learned about games in the past that were made by literal sexist game developers or certain people in certain positions of power where it's like, turns out they actually were sexist. Turns out they actually were racist. Like, they're shitty fucking people. But somehow the games, people still like them. And it's because this is how the hateful people operate, man. They're the smart ones. The dumbasses, they're the ones that are all over the internet. Here's how I feel. Making it, again, they're not even letting the mask slip. They're just taking the mask off and they're saying, let me expose my hateful heart to the world for all to see. Because I got a fucking axe to grind, let me tell you. And I call them dumbasses because, well, maybe they're not dumbasses. I guess it depends on if you agree with them or not. But they're not very smart because they are just immediately creating friction purposefully. The smart ones understand that if we're going to change this, we have to change it from the inside. So what that means is we have to put our masks on, we have to hide our hateful hearts, and we have to basically sneak our way into it, and we'll just slowly but surely inch our way. We'll throw a little bit of this in there, we'll throw a little bit of that in there, and people end up discovering, like, hold on a second, who are you people doing this? Like, what's your agenda here? What kind of person are you exactly? And then that's when the dirt comes out and people see, like, oh my God, like, dude, we don't need people like that in the industry. Like, you people are just scornful, hateful individuals that are just you're the antithesis of the other side, of the racist, radical, homophobic individuals. We don't need either of that shit. We just need normal adults that understand there's a balance to be achieved in the video game industry, and that's actually very possible to do. In fact, I have to imagine that there was a filter, that there's a filter, right? There has to be, because again, it's like, I guess from the more radical side, it's like, hey, if we could get this character to be black, that's a win for us. It's like, yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, I guess. So like, you can have black characters in a game. Like, what's the problem? Like, why would somebody be against that? Like, I just need to know, like, where is the person that's raising their hand saying, I don't want black characters in my game. I don't want gay characters in my game. Like, who's listening to them, really? Because it's like, no one, because that doesn't make sense. But there might be somebody that says, I don't want every character to be gay. We don't need that. You're right. We don't need every character to be gay. We don't need every character to be straight. We don't need every character to be trans. We don't need anything to be in an extreme. It's frying my brain talking about it because it's just so fucking simple. And we just constantly see that there are not enough adults walking this planet, dude. There are not enough adults. These are fucking children that see things in black and white. Sometimes literally. Like, that's all they see. And they don't realize that they don't see how ridiculous it really is. And it's very, very frustrating, man. I mean, not to keep going on about it, but I'll bring this up too really quick. It's like sometimes, you know, you see people where it's like, well, what about the accuracy of the representation? And I think that's a totally valid thing to be concerned about, where it's like, listen, we're going to, it's like if we're going to make a story that features like, you know, we're going back in time and it's going to be about like Native Americans or something, you know, there, of course, like there's going to be a question of like, all right, well, like would I, as a white male who actually I do have Cherokee Indian in me, in my bloodline, which is interesting, but I'm not going to sit here and pretend to know anything about it. You know what I mean? Like I can say that I don't actually know, like there are so many things about that culture that I am totally ignorant to and clueless to. And I would understand going into it that like I have two options. I can just make shit up. You know, like I could just, this is the story about the Native Americans that I want to tell. Fuck accuracy. You know, also knowing that, man, there are likely going to be people that come from this culture that are going to look at you and be like, you serious, bro? Like, what the fuck is this? Or I could go into it realizing that I have to educate myself. And one of the best ways I could do that is by bringing in people that do know, that can teach me, so that way I can accurately represent that. That's fine. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing, that's a good thing. But for some reason, it's like, I don't know, I guess it's just, people sometimes make maybe they don't even know they're making mistakes. Like, you're making the mistake of like, you're bringing in people that are, they are claiming like, we know how to bring accuracy to your representation. But it's like when these people get kind of like further vetted, you realize like some of these people are just half cocked, dude. You know, where it's like there has to be like better people, because that's another thing too, is people get so, one of the worst things about racism, well, I mean, racism in general is just terrible, but when it does occur, one of the things that makes me cringe the fucking hardest is people, it's just total blanket fucking opinions. We're like, oh yeah, it's all fucking white people, it's all black people, like they're all the same. It's like, what the fuck, are you an idiot? Like, have you not interacted with any human being ever? Like, people, there are good and bad people in all races and all ethnicities. Like, it doesn't pick and choose. That shit frustrates the hell out of me too, where it's like, that's just how, like, how do people not understand that? How do people not understand that? But anyway, I guess I'm just trying to say, there you go, Pragmatic Cat says, I hate everybody equally. No, you can't hate, man. No, I know, trust me, life is tough, man. It's hard not to feel negative feelings at times about things, about people, you know? It's I think it's very normal, very natural, but I think it's supposed to be a learning experience. That's how I see it. Irfan, you're saying the craziest thing is that I didn't know anything about these kinds of things until I joined Twitter. Yeah. Yeah, I think that I think that's probably the worst thing about Twitter, is it really is it really is a place where I think people's hatred can be easily amplified. I think YouTube is like that as well, unfortunately. I just think Twitter is even worse with it, but it's all over the internet and social media, and I'm just tired of it. You know, it doesn't. Here's the reality. This is so fucking sad to me, dude. You remember how earlier I said that IGN article? That IGN article about Resident Evil 5 basically saying it's racist, or like the IGN writer essentially said that Resident Evil 5 can't be remade in this day and age, it needs to be totally rewritten. And the implication, and I'm not sure if they actually straight up said it word for word. They may have in the actual article, but basically implying that the game is racist. It's a white man shooting a bunch of colored people all throughout the game. And what was beautiful to see, but also upsetting, is number one, a lot of people collectively being like, are you stupid? Like, is it like, are you that stupid? Like, no one really feels that way. Like, no one actually feels that way. It's just a video game, dude. Like, everybody knows everybody knows that when Capcom made Resident Evil 5, because this is what's disturbing. People try to make it sound like when Capcom made Resident Evil 5, they had an agenda. And their agenda is, how do we be as racist towards black people as possible? Because that's what this game has to be. That's not, like, everybody collectively knows that's not the mindset that went behind the development of Resident Evil 5. Therefore, no one fucking cares because there's no actual ill intent there. Everybody knows that. But then you get somebody like this in 2024 that writes an article, and the thing that makes me so sad is not that article was written by IGN. That doesn't make me sad because I expect that. Like, I know that there's going to be somebody out there that just doesn't get it. I know that there's going to be a person out there that is like, I think Resident Evil 5 is racist and shouldn't be remade because it needs to be rewritten. They got to redo the whole thing, from top to bottom, because this is a racist game. I know that there's somebody or maybe some people that actually think that. I think that's insane, but that's what they think. What bothers me the most is the reactions. And unfortunately, I am partaking in it. Although granted, anybody who clicks on the stream has no fucking clue I'm talking about this. So maybe I'm not included in this. But for those of you that are here right now, yes, I am included in this. What upsets me the most about it is seeing the reactions from people, where it becomes so clear that this is all just a fucking machine. And the only thing that matters is that the cogs in the machine they're always turning. Just think about it. IGN, desperate for clicks. I got it. I know it'll get clicks. I know it'll get attention. Let's call Resident Evil 5 racist and make it known that that's why there shouldn't be a remake. And they know that will work because they know the exact reaction they're going to get. And everybody falls for the bait. Before I know it, I see everybody and their mother making videos about it, ranting about it, raving about it. And the very sad truth of the matter is revealed, and that you realize that none of these people actually give a shit about any of this because they just don't. What they give a shit about is their own personal agenda, and their own personal agenda. And granted, I fall in this category, but I try my best. I'm not perfect, but I try my best. But the agenda is, I need clicks. I need people to view my shit, and I need to do whatever it takes to ensure that. So if that means I'll write some fucking gaslighting article that pisses everybody off, some gaslighting headline that pisses everybody off, that I'll bait, at the very least, I'll bait one group of people, and they'll be really, really loud and vocal about it. And then on the other side, it's like, or I could be the person that's reacting to it. I got to react. I'm fucking outraged. They're so stupid. Let's all point and laugh. And it's like, it's all just serving to feed the machine that is the clown show. Meanwhile, the only person really, really winning, I don't know if I could use the term winning, but the only person that is, like, I guess you could say, at the very least, not in the machine is just the person. Because I promise you, this was a thing too. As this is happening, as IGN's writing an article about how racist Resident Evil 5 is, and then there's all these reactions online, everybody's making YouTube videos, everybody's fucking quote tweeting, the whole 9 yards. There's at least one person out there that woke up that day and said, I'm going to play Resident Evil 5, not knowing anything about this, They're just playing the game and they're like, fuck, this is a great game. And and Capcom wins too, bro. Like, I feel bad for Capcom because Capcom's just like, what did we do? Like, we're just trying to make good games out here for you guys. We're trying to make good remakes. Like, what are you doing? So Capcom's getting pulled into it for no reason. But that's the best part about it, dude, is that there's somebody out there that woke up that day, had no idea what was going on, decided that they felt like they just wanted to play Resident Evil 5, and by the end of that day, maybe they didn't beat the game, but they're like, this is a good game. I'm having fun with this game. And there's like a level of innocence there. You know? That's what I miss, man. That's what I think people miss the most, is that there's just this kind of level of innocence where can we just get back to playing and enjoying games and not letting every single thing outrage us? Can we just do that? And it feels more and more, and I guess that's why I'm going on this long fucking conversation with you guys, which thank you for hanging with me and listening. I know that this is not what you expected, but I guess that is why this feels so prevalent in my mind, is because it just feels like, you know what? It's funny because I saw this other tweet, and this actually has nothing to do with the culture or political side of it. I saw this tweet from somebody where they put 3 lines of quotations. And the first one said, why can't you put Helldivers on Xbox? And below that, it said, like, why is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, like, why does it have performance issues? Or not performance issues, but like, why is the performance mode not the greatest? And then below that, it was a third. I wish I could remember. It was like a third line about something else. But the point that the person was trying to make is like, can we all just like shut the fuck up and play games? And I understand the irony. I'm sitting here bitching to you guys. I understand. But I guess in that moment that really resonated with me. You know what I mean? So I decided I'm going to go on stream that day. Laurent comes in and drops another membership. Laurent, you have been too kind today, man. Seriously. Laurent just dropped another membership gift. Laurent is very giving to this community during a trying time. Again, you continue to humble me, Laurent. Thank you for that, buddy. You just brought us up to 38 members, which is awesome to see. So yeah, thank you guys for your continued support. I know that this probably isn't what you necessarily signed up for today when you clicked on the title and thumbnail, and I feel sorry for anybody in the future that's like, I can't wait to hear MBG talk about PS5 Pro Mark Cerny. To be fair, I did for like the first hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes, but there's a whole fucking chunk to the stream that's just like, you guys ready? That's what, shout out to Devil Shooter. That's what Devil Shooter's for. Anybody who, I have to imagine anybody who clicks on my streams after the fact, they immediately look at the timestamp so they have an idea of what the fuck is MBG talking about today, man. Can we talk games now? This horse is dead and well beaten. Yeah, I know. And I guess that's where I can kind of conclude this topic is I will let you guys know that going forward, I'm going to try not to engage in this very much. It's not necessarily in the name of being indifferent, okay? Because I'm not a believer in that. I don't think anybody can be permanently indifferent. That's not good. Here's what I mean. There were people who were angry. I remember this very well because I really thought like, this is upsetting me. Like it actually kind of started to frustrate me. Prior to the launch of God of War Ragnarok, I remember there were people who were seemingly outraged about the skin color of Angerboda. And I understand that they were like, oh, you know, Angerboda was race swapped and so on and so forth. And the only thing I remember is like also seeing on top of that something that's, you know what I mean? Like something there's that. But then people are like, yo, why'd they make Thor fat? There were people that were upset about that too. And then I played God of War Ragnarok and I realized, holy shit. I need to get the fuck off the internet. I need to get the fuck off the internet, bro. Who are you people? Like, dude, I was just like, I can't do this anymore, man. Like, I just want to play my games. Please leave me alone. Like, I don't want to hear it. Like, and I guess I'm just saying this because, dude, I played God of War Ragnarok and I was blown away by that game. Like, it is one of my favorite games that I've ever played. It's a fucking incredible game from start to finish. It's not completely perfect. Of course, I have a couple nitpicks in the form of maybe some sections were a little bit drawn out, but one of the best games I ever played. And it is so depressing to me to think that there were people who were actually like, they were actually gaining some traction in influencing some people where it's like, hold on, man. Didn't you know Anger Boat is black? And I just feel like turning, it's like, didn't you know I don't give a fuck? You know? Like, if I'm not going to like Anger Boda, it's going to be because her character's fucking shit and annoying. If I'm not going to like Thor, it's not going to be because he's fat or has a fucking huge stomach. It's going to be because he's an uninteresting, boring character. I don't like Kratos because he's fucking jacked and bald and has a beard. Does that make it so I feel like I can relate a little bit more? Yes. Kratos is a father. I'm a father. He's bald. I'm bald. He has a beard. I have a beard. He's muscular. I strive to be that muscular. And he's cool. I think he's cool. But the reason I think he's cool is not because of his muscles, is not because he has fucking ashes on his, covering his skin, and that is now his skin tone. I think he's cool because of the way his character is written and the way he's presented. And I just, oh man. So hopefully, yeah, he's angry. I feel like I can relate to that too. We all have too much testosterone sometimes. MBG said he's bald. I am. Well, yeah, I shaved my head. Is that not obvious? Do you guys not see? Oh, am I going to take it off? Oh, no, not yet. 100K and it'll come off. I fucking told you guys this, all right? I'm not breaking that rule now. But listen, I know that this has gone on for too long, but the reason why I'm ending it on this note is because I just want to make it known that going forward, I'm going to try not to bring these things into the conversation because I don't think they actually matter. When I play a game, I don't want to have a random tweet that somebody put out about some aspect of the game telling me why I shouldn't like it. I don't want to have a thumbnail and a title from a video of somebody getting upset and throwing a tantrum. But I also don't want to see going into a game that, like, this person that's part of this consultancy team hates white people. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, or if they don't hate white people, like, they just, you know how it is. Just go look at the tweets. That's all I'm going to say. I just don't want this shit interfering with my opinion of a fucking video game that when I sit down to play it, none of these things matter in that moment. What matters is my relationship with the game that I'm playing from start to finish. And that's it. That's all I want, man. So, yeah. If Sony could just come out and reveal the PS5 Pro so I don't have to deal with this shit anymore, I'm just kidding. We know that's going to happen. Yeah, and that's the funniest thing too, Irfan, is the people who are acting so upset about Thor and the way he looked, it's like, it turns out that's actually the most accurate representation of him, physically speaking. Like, that's more accurate than what we see with Thor in the Marvel movies. Exactly. Ray. Exactly, dude. Exactly. Do you know what I think of when I think of the voice actors who voice Kratos? I think, holy shit, they fucking do an incredible job. That's all I think. And I would like more, please. That's what I think. All right. Let me see if any other news has come out while I was going on my little tangent there. Although that wasn't a little one, that was a long one. So what are you guys going for? Are you going for Rise of the Ronin, or are you going for Dragon's Dogma 2? Because I've been seeing more people kind of bringing this up since they're both coming out the same day. And I'm curious what you guys have to say, because we are getting close. We're getting very close to Rise of the Ronin. And Gavin, you're saying none, waiting on the Pro. Chase, you're saying you're not getting Dragon's Dogma 2? You need to finish Final Fantasy VII first. So do I. Yeah, I've gotten to a point with Final Fantasy VII where I'm just mainlining it, man. Like, I can't focus on doing any of the side content anymore, because I realize, like, if I don't speed this up, I'm going to be shit out of luck. So I'm just focused on the story. I think I just kind of conceded in that I'm not going to platinum. I'm not going to be able to platinum Rebirth, and I'm okay with that. I just want to play it and experience it. Most likely Rise of the Ronin, and then save Dragon's Dogma 2 for the Pro. Yeah, Dragon's Dogma 2 will be a really interesting game to maybe see get a PS5 Pro enhancement, because I think, like, that to me, that's a game that's going to need it, where it's like, yeah, it does suck that it's not going to have any option for 60 FPS at all. MLB The Show 24 can be downloaded today, and certain versions have early access. I gotta be honest, I like frequently forget that MLB The Show is like one of the biggest games that Sony releases yearly. They just make so much money off of. Nuke, you're saying Rise of the Ronin, you're gonna wait for a sale for Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, I'm going with Rise of the Ronin first. I assume I'm gonna still be playing Final Fantasy, so here's what I could see happening. I'm not entirely sure, but I think what might end up happening is I will buy Rise of the Ronin on launch, and it will sit there until I'm finished with Rebirth, because I don't think I'm going to be able to play Rise of the Ronin until I finish the story of Rebirth. Because the thing about Rise of the Ronin is that it's clearly like trying to lean heavily or somewhat heavily into the storytelling aspect and the characters, and I think they've made that clear. And it's like, well, damn, dude, this is why I don't usually play 2 story-driven cinematic games at one time, because it's a lot to balance out. You know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to focus on Cloud and Barrett and Tifa and Aerith and their journey. I don't know that I could take on a whole new batch of new characters, and like one is gonna take a backseat to the other, and I would just prefer to go in like back-to-back order. Score prediction, I gotta be honest with you, after reading the previews, I think Rise of the Ronin might be mid to high 70s. I know that may sound disappointing, but I'm just being realistic, and it's very clear that it's going to be a pretty divisive game for reviewers. Some people loved it, some people didn't, and I think because of that, it's going to land, I think for now I'll say between a 74 and 77 is where I'm landing with Rise of the Ronin. And if I'm wrong, if it's higher, that'd be great. I don't know that I feel the confidence based off of the previews to say it's going to be in the 80s. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is Team Ninja is known for amazing combat. So, it could be one of these things where reviewers who like play the full game and they like it opens up a lot more and they're like, holy shit, actually, this is great. Could be that. Could be a turnaround. If Rise of the Ronin lands in the 70s, I may skip it. I mean, it's a tough one, man, because I don't know. I don't really look at scores much anymore to determine stuff like that. Like, I still do look at scores. Like, for example, Rise of the Ronin, I've already determined that I've seen in the trailers, not even in the previews, but I've seen in the trailers and the gameplay enough that I'm like, I'm pretty sure that at minimum, I will enjoy this game overall. And it looks like there is fun to be had for me. And from that point forward, it's like I listen to what the previews say and I take in other people's concerns and criticisms. It's like, well, what if the story's kind of weak? Or like people are basically destroying the horse animation and making fun of it. Or like, dude, that horse animation looks like it's straight out of like the PS2 era or something. And I'm like, yeah, it looks pretty fucking atrocious. Is that going to suddenly make me say, maybe I'm going to skip out on this game? No, but if I see a lower score, it will make me feel like, okay, here's what it'll do to my mindset towards it. Maybe I won't enjoy this game as much as I would have liked to. Or on the other side of it, maybe I'm going to play it and I'm going to look at that score because just a reminder, Ghost of Tsushima got an 83 on Metacritic, which isn't bad, but to me, that's like no fucking way. Not even close. Like, to me, Ghost of Tsushima at minimum is a 9 out of 10, but for me, that game was personally like a 10 out of 10. Like, I loved every aspect of that game. So it's like there's always these reminders of like why the scores just truly don't matter, man. Like they only matter, I think, when talking about the games, but when deciding whether or not you should actually play it, I think 99% of the time, truthfully, I think we just got to go with our gut. I believe that, man. I always believe that you got to listen to your gut. You know what you like more than anybody else. And the only time I understand where people are like, I'm afraid to do that because what if the game is broken at launch, or what if the developers are hiding something? And yeah, there's always that as well. And you have to be mindful of that. You see the situation with Battlefront 2, the Classic Collection? Holy shit. I've never seen anything like it where one day I'm seeing all these videos come out of all these content creators being like, this game's fucking amazing. This is incredible. And then the next day, literally the next day, this is a fucking nightmare. And I'm like, what happened? And it's because the game is good, but the launch itself, it's like totally fucking busted and broken. And like multiplayer is not working at all. And I was just like, damn, like I was so close to pre-ordering that game. And the reason why I was so close to pre-ordering it was, honestly, it's not because I went with my gut. My gut was telling me, dude, it's nostalgia. Like the game was good, but you're probably not going to enjoy it as much as you did. Just pass on it. It's fine. You're playing Final Fantasy. You got Rise of the Ronin. Don't worry about it. That's what my gut was telling me. But I watched all these videos and I'm like, oh man, the nostalgia's hitting me and they're saying it's really good. And I'm very glad that I chose not to buy. I still was like, all right, but maybe I'll just wait. And I'm glad I did because Jesus, man, like I think their server capacity was 300 players. And I'm like, what? 300 players? Suicide Squad is another game that I went with my gut. I knew, dude, listen, from the day that they showed the first trailer for Suicide Squad, I knew deep down, I'm like, I'm not playing this. I just knew. Like, I knew, I'm like, this isn't what I wanted at all from Rocksteady. I'll never forget it, too. I'll never forget, because I felt kind of awkward in that moment, because I was live streaming it, and everybody seemed hyped for it, and I was like trying not to be the buzzkill. I'm like, yeah, maybe, yeah. Well, we'll see. I'm not the biggest fan of Suicide Squad, but maybe it'll be great. It's Rocksteady. And I tried to like force that optimism, but I knew deep down, like, that's not for me. It's kind of like Starfield. Yeah, Lords of the Fallen was another one that, I mean, look, I don't, Lords of the Fallen wasn't terrible. It wasn't. It's just, that to me was one where my gut was wrong. Where my gut was telling me that you'll like this game. This game looks good. I did need a bit of convincing though. Like I did have to watch like gameplay and stuff and see. And I'm like, yeah, this looks good. But there was in the back of my mind, like there was this concern where it was like, the combat looks like I kind of knew deep down that there could be a disconnect between what I'm watching and how this combat actually feels. You know, like there could be a disconnect. And unfortunately, I decided to say, nah, just you're being too critical. You think it looks good. Just go for it. And I did. And it turns out that creeping doubt in the back of my mind was actually correct in that, yeah, dude, there's something not quite right here with the floatiness of this combat. It's not tight enough, and therefore you're not enjoying it the way that you thought you would. You followed your gut with Helldivers and it took off like crazy. I did too. Yeah, I followed my gut with Helldivers where, I'll be honest, I did not expect it to take off like that. But I knew I'm like, I think this game looks solid, dude. Oh yeah, dude. B Flesher, you're right about that. That was I think my biggest mistake. Firewall Ultra. I think that was more of like hopium, I think, where it's like, I know I'm invested in PSVR 2 now, and I need this game to be good. Like, I want it to be good. It's not I need it. It's like, I want this game to be good. And it seems like it could be good. And then I went to go play it, and I'm like, I can't do this. You know? Arnie Vesper saying, can't wait to call you a fellow Sekka bro. Oh, man. You guys will never stop. You will never stop. Did I play Team Ninja's previous games, Wolong, Fallen Dynasty? It was fantastic. I think I played the demo. And I think I enjoyed it. I don't remember not enjoying it. But then again, was it that or did I play the Neo 2 demo? I forget. But I never actually like played an entire game of theirs. So I think this will be my first full Team Ninja game. And I'm curious to see how it turns out. Figuratively literal, you're saying scores matter to an extent. There's a threshold. You feel the difference between an 80 and a 60, but anything 80 and up basically varies minimally. Yeah, that's true, I would say. That's a good way of putting it. And I guess you're right about that, right? Like I guess that's kind of what I conveyed, where when I go to play a game that I see is sitting at like a 68, versus a game that's sitting at like an 85. I think it's just inherently I'm expecting this game will just not feel as good overall. It could be the animations, it could be the gameplay's more clunky, it could be the sound design's terrible, it could be the graphics are bad, whatever it might be, but I know that something about it is not going to feel as good as the game that's at 85. And I think, yeah, generally speaking, that's correct. But you are also correct in that playing a game that's sitting at a 91 versus playing a game that's sitting at a 95, it's like there should be some kind of difference. But yeah, that difference to most people is probably going to be negligible. That's a good way of putting it, figuratively literal. Am I going to do co-op Rise of the Ronin Members Lounge? I'm not sure yet. I got quite a bit coming up, honestly, for the remainder of this month. I'll be very busy. So I feel like this is a time for right now. The month of March is a time that I don't feel as though I can make many commitments. And in order to avoid disappointing anybody, I don't want to make any right now. Guys, we must stay focused with our aggressive recommendations. 2024 recommendations, Sekiro. If we tell MBG to play too many games, then he'll play. Lords of the Fallen's selling point. It did everything like Dark Souls, just slightly different. Yeah. And I guess there were just too many differences, even though a lot of them were slight. I think they kind of added up to feel too significant for me. Well, let me see where oh, wow. Okay. I totally lost track of time. I did not realize I've been streaming for nearly 4 hours. Okay. I think this is where I am going to bring the stream to a close. Yeah. I think this will be a good point to close that. I don't know. I feel like I should. I mean, I guess it's not necessarily I feel like I have to apologize. I guess what I want to say is I feel like I spent too much time talking about things outside of gaming that I just think are too controversial. And it's not even that they're too controversial. It's just that I end up feeling annoyed at myself because it's like I want to try to get away from a lot of this shit, and instead I'm bringing it here. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying is I regret. It's not a regret. It's just I want to mitigate that because if I continue to bring it up and talk about it, I feel like that's the opposite of getting me away from it, and I want to be more focused on the gaming side of it, purely just the gaming side of it. So hopefully you guys understand where I'm coming from there. You would delist this stream. Why do you say that, Space Gambler? Do you think I accidentally canceled myself? I think I was already canceled, dude. To be honest, like I think I don't know. Like I don't know. It like if I was canceled, I'm not fully aware of it, but I think I may have been. But I guess it depends on what you mean, you know? Josh Z, you're saying, okay, Rebirth is unquestionably harder than Remake. I've killed right before the end of the boss. I'm on 3 times, or you've been killed. Okay, I agree. I'm noticing that, dude. I'm noticing that when I'm playing Rebirth, I am dying a lot more to some of these bosses. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Do I suck? Like, did I lose all my skill? But Josh, you're making me feel better about myself because I really was like, man, I lost it, bro. But you're saying that it's unquestionably harder. All right. So I'm not crazy. I noticed that too. But you'll do it, Josh. I believe in you. People have been canceling MBG for years. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I get what you guys are saying. Like, it's not worth it. I mean, yeah, I get that side of it too, where it's like, I'm not trying to attract bullshit. And I feel like by me, again, it's like I feel like I kind of fell in the trap where it's like, oh, well, there you go, man. You stepped right in it. You stepped right fucking in it. And now I'm worried that, man, do I got all this shit on my shoe I got to clean off now? So I get that, but But I don't know, man. I'm just being honest. You know, I'm just being real. I'm not. I don't claim to be a perfect person, and if I wanted to, I could sit here and speak with some kind of authority, with some kind of intense conviction, and tell you exactly where I stand, and speak with this kind of gusto. But like, to me, that's not interesting because everybody does that, or not everybody, but too many people do that, and it's boring because it's like, you're a human being. I know you're more complex than that. You may not show that, but I know that there's more going on in here than that. And to me, those are the more interesting things where, in a way, it's almost like I'm talking to myself as well. I know I'm talking to you guys, an audience, but I'm also talking to myself where I'm laying this stuff out and I'm thinking about it, and to me, a lot of it is just like, hey, I don't think I'm advocating for anything negative. And if people get extremely upset with me, maybe it was one specific thing I said, or maybe they agree with me because of one specific thing I said. Ultimately, the only thing I'm actually trying to convey is that I'm not trying to look at it as there's just two sides and I have to pick a side. I'm trying to just acknowledge that these are complex, nuanced topics with many layers. And the reason for that is because human beings are complicated and complex and layered. And I, just like every other human being out there, get overwhelmed sometimes. And I reduce it down to just, 2 + 2 = 4. And that's as far as I'm going. Not taking any further than that. But in reality, there's many missing variables that you have to pay attention to and try to fill in and figure it out. And unfortunately, I don't think anybody truly has gotten the answer yet. But no, Devil Shooter. We were talking about like culture stuff basically, and it getting into games, like race, ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, all that shit. And it went on for quite a while, but I don't regret anything. Like, again, I don't regret what I said. I'm not trying to be that kind of channel is all I'm trying to say, and I don't want it to turn into that. I want this to be a gaming channel. I want to talk about video games. I guess it's just the reason why that was put on such display is because I am on Twitter a lot, and I am on these forums. I am in these places, and I've noticed lately, like, it's been really like everywhere. It seemingly like, I just feel like I'm trying to avoid it and it's still popping up. And so I think because of that, it was just naturally at the forefront of my consciousness today when talking. But Chase, you're saying I didn't say anything that would be offensive. I mean, I believe that, but I also believe that there's definitely probably somebody that would get offended. And that's the whole thing is, I guess all I can say is my intent is not to offend. Like, I'm not trying to be the troll. I'm not trying to evoke anger out of people or a negative reaction. That's not my intent. If that was my intent, God, it would be so fucking, like, there are many things I could say to just easily provoke people. I'm not trying to do that. And I guess my hope is that most people who do listen to this realize that, and I think most people will. Because again, I do firmly believe that most people are pretty rational, believe it or not. I just noticed that, rational people are not the loudest usually in the room. I think a lot of times the rational people are the ones sitting there being like, what's going on over there? Why is that person yelling? You know what I mean? Like, I think that's what most rational people are doing. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you guys listening to me, man. I do. Just trying to make sure there's anything. I'm trying to make sure there isn't like a major topic that I was planning on talking about that I totally forgot to, but I don't think so. We did talk extensively about the PS5 Pro. I do think that the conversation around the PS5 Pro is getting a little bit tired. I feel that way mainly because it does feel like it's just, okay, more leaks, more rumors, and I get it, but it's March. You know, this is usually around the time when things start to settle down, cool down, you know, and come to a kind of stop until it starts up again. And I think considering this is the year of the PS5 Pro, yeah, we're going to get leaks and rumors before the real thing occurs. Irvin, you're going to re-listen to that part 3 times in a row. That's great. Thank you. If we don't see MBG anymore, we know what happened. The point is, guys, put down your pitchforks and torches. Drop all these ideals that you are following and believe in Mark Cerny. We must focus on Mark Cerny and the PS5 Pro. This is the true priority in life that people should be focused on. How's boss today? Oh, I forgot to give him his treats. I got to do that. Hold on. I tried calling him, but I don't think he's I don't think he's I don't know where I think he's sleeping somewhere. I'll give it a second. If he comes to the door, I'll give it a minute. If he comes to the door and scratches at it, I'll let him in. He gave up. No, I don't think he's usually sleeping around this time. I hear my son yelling. I think that he's like screaming. I think that usually means he found him. That's what my son likes to do at this point with the cat. He likes to just yell at him. Yeah, okay. Yeah, if he probably scared him away. This is MBG's calling him. I'll get another minute. Pepitor. I hope I said that correctly. Is your first time super chatting? Hold on, let me grab boss. Finally. Sorry. Not trying to not trying to make this a complicated endeavor, but he's here. Boss is here. Pepitor, you're saying, hi, MBG, been enjoying the streams for a while now. I got a membership gift today. Keep up the good work. Cheers from Uruguay. I think I'm saying that correct. Wow, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. It's a crazy reminder that there are people from all over the world tuning in, and it's easy to forget that. So I really appreciate the support, man. Thank you for the super chat, and I'm glad you got gifted a membership. But now it is boss time. It's time to give him some. I was gonna say some gifts, but I guess that's kind of what it is. Here you go, boss. Let's go. You know what? I'm gonna give him the other ones. I've been giving him too many of these. Huh? Eat up. These are the dairy flavored ones. I still can't tell which ones he likes better. But there you go, guys. Boss, as promised, will get his snacks because we crushed the goal of 25 members. We're at 38, so I'm glad you guys reminded me that because I almost ended the stream without giving Boss his snacks. Let's talk, Boss. Oh, that's gross. You can see his you can see the wet marks on the table from the light reflecting on it. It's okay. It's okay. I accept that, boss. You're allowed to. You guys don't see that? It's like right here. From him licking the table to get the snacks. The Dragon's Dogma review embargo is lifted on the 19th. Hanzo, you're heading out now, man? All right, yeah. Well, boss, I think he likes these ones better. I do. I think he likes the dairy flavored treats better than the other ones. Because when I give him the other ones, I notice he'll kind of walk away from them and then come back. These ones, though, he inhales them like instantly. So I think that answers that question. But there you go. Boss, do you have anything you would like to say to the audience here before we head out? No, you just want to stick your ass in the camera again? Yes, I have something I want to say. Boss has something he wants to say, and then he just proceeds to put his ass right in the camera. Well, guys, there's Boss's tail. I love it. He wants to chew the microphone. This is where we're going to end the stream. Over 4 hours long. Thank you guys for hanging in there with me. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate all the support you guys continue to show the channel. I have to end this because if I don't, he will destroy my mic stand. So thank you guys for gifting memberships today. We're sitting at 38 members, which is greatly appreciated. Thank you and shout out to everybody who donated a super chat as well. As I continue to say, I wouldn't be able to do this if it wasn't for your continued support. So thank you for that. And I also just want to thank you guys today in particular for hanging in there with some crazy topics that were definitely not at all alluded to when you joined the stream. So there you go. All right, come on. Come on. Please, you're scaring me that you're going to break that. All right, guys, that's it. Shout out to Devil Shooter as well. He does the timestamps. Make sure you give him a thank you for that. And I will catch you guys in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone. Boss says bye as well.